Title: The Council Attacked, and Humans Hijacked the Galaxy. Story by Aztec. Prologue: Silence over Sol. For the Galactic Council, Sol had been a dead coordinate for so long it was practically a myth. In the central archives, the system was marked with a thin gray band of text. Sol. Contact lost. Probable self-extinction. No further action required. To most species, it was a footnote. Primitive bipeds, unstable and short-lived, given to tribal conflict and environmental sabotage. The Council had studied them once, logged a few early transmissions, music, arguments, propaganda, and then moved on. When Sol went dark, no one was surprised. They logged it, they forgot it. But the truth was more complicated. The day Sol fell silent, it had not died. It had been swallowed. On the fringes of the system, something appeared, a distortion in the fabric of space that bent light and drowned signal. It was as if a glass sphere had formed around the system, its inner surface shimmering with warped starlight. Within Council circles, it became known, in dry technical reports, as a confined anomaly. Later, human scientists would call it the inverted horizon. From the outside, nothing came out. From the inside, nothing could get through. Yet inside that invisible wall, the people of Earth did not vanish. They panicked. Then they adapted. The last deep space probes that made it back before the horizon sealed completely carried terrified telemetry. Stars blinking out in the depths beyond the Milky Way. Entire galaxies dimming as if someone had turned down the universe. It was not a supernova chain, nor a collision, nor any familiar cosmic event. Something was moving out there. Something that erased not just stars, but the delicate structures of life clinging to them. Humanity tried to warn the sky. They poured power into transmitters, built amplifiers that made their early radio towers look like toys. Every time the signal reached the edge of the system, the inverted horizon boiled it into static and flung it back. Eventually, they stopped shouting. They started listening instead. The horizon did something no one expected. While it blocked their voices, it warped and magnified the whispers of the wider galaxy. Reflections, scatterings, odd refractions of distant comm traffic bled inward. At first, it was garbled, fragmentary, broken into scraps of language and symbol. But humans had been decoding noise since the first time they pointed an antenna at the sky. They learned. Over decades and centuries, they pieced together thousands of tongues, wrote grammars for species they had never seen, mapped political blocs, trade routes, religious schisms, entertainment feeds, war reports. They watched empires rise and fall from behind a one-way mirror. Inside the horizon, Earth became very different from the world the Council had once scanned. They unified, they argued, they innovated. They buried old governments and built new ones. They poured their brightest minds into understanding the anomaly that had trapped them, and the thing devouring galaxies beyond it. Alone, trapped behind the inverted horizon, humanity prepared for a war that the rest of the Milky Way did not even know existed. And then, one day, purely by accident, someone came knocking. Chapter 1: Complaints and a Face. Admiral Vor Keth of the Galactic Council Navy had never heard of Sol. It was a coordinate on a patrol route, a dead system in the charts, flagged for verification. It was always the same: scan, confirm, move on. His fleet, 3 heavy cruisers, 2 carrier lances, a screen of frigates, slipped into the sector on silent drives. Their sleek, angles-out hulls caught local starlight and threw it back in sharp-edged gleams. Transition complete, his navigator reported. System Sol acquired. On the main display, the star bloomed, a yellow dwarf nestled in a swarm of orbiting debris and modules. "This is supposed to be dead," Keth said. It was not dead. It was crowded. Orbital rings shimmered around the blue world in the third orbit. Stations hung at the Lagrange points like jeweled knots. Lanes of traffic threaded between glowing hubs. The long, radiating arms of megastructures caught the local star's light and turned it into knives. Power readings scrolled down the side of Keth's tactical display, rising from green into bright, warning orange. "Admiral," the sensor chief said quietly, "this is far above any known Council-grade infrastructure for a system of this class." "That's odd," one of Keth's aides muttered. "Human tech was barely orbital when we lost contact." "Nevertheless," Keth said, "this is what's in front of us." He flicked a control on his chair. "Open wideband," he ordered, "to every artificial structure in system." A tone chimed through the bridge. The comms officer nodded. "This is Admiral Vor Keth of the Galactic Council Naval Authority," Keth said, projecting his voice. "To the inhabitants of this system, you are in violation of Council isolation protocols. This system has been flagged as quarantine for centuries. You will surrender control of your orbital platforms and submit to Council inspection and annexation. Failure to comply will result in enforcement actions. Acknowledge." They waited. The bridge of Keth's flagship was a clean, angular bowl of light and shadow, terraced with stations. Officers watched their displays, waiting for the inevitable reply. Confusion, protest, bluster. Primitive worlds always talked. The only reply was the steady hum of power and the quiet chime of instruments. "Any response?" Keth asked. The comms officer checked his board. "None, sir." "Traffic scan?" "Civilian movement continues on local lanes," the sensor chief said. "No change in course or speed." Keth's nostrils flared faintly. Council physiology did not have the same tells as most mammals, but the bridge crew recognized that one. "Repeat the message." They repeated it, once, twice, 10 times. An hour bled away. On the holographic tactical display, tiny icons representing Sol system stations moved along lazy ellipses, unconcerned. Keth watched them, irritation turning slowly to anger. "Very well," he said at last. "If they will not answer words, they will answer action. Target that station." He indicated one of the mid-orbit hubs. "Low-yield demonstration," he added. "We are not here to destroy, only to remind." The gunnery officer nodded. "Target locked, firing pattern ready." "Fire!" On the outer hulls of the cruisers, ports irised open. Lances of contained energy arced toward the station, flaring in bright, silent violence. They struck the outer plating and spread across it in a wash of light, like water hitting oiled glass. Keth watched the impact. "Damage assessment?" The sensor chief frowned at his instruments. "Minimal, Admiral. Surface ablation only. No structural compromise." "Local reaction?" "None," the comms officer said. Keth's fingers drummed on the arm of his chair. "Again," he said, "increase yield by 5%. The next volley hit with more force, painting the station in a dazzling corona. On Keth's display, thermal readings rose. Structural stress indicators remained stubbornly green. And then another sound joined the quiet drone of the bridge. A soft, insistent chime from the comms officer's station. "Admiral," the officer said, blinking, we have an incoming message." "From the station?" "Yes, sir, it's administrative." "Put it through," Keth said. Text scrolled across a secondary screen. The comms officer read it aloud, confused. "Argus Station, Local Station Authority, Incident Report. External hull plating discolored in sectors D14 through D19. Tenants have filed visual obstruction complaints. Please cease unsanctioned energy discharge and provide a billing reference for repairs." Silence washed over the bridge. Someone coughed. "They sent us a maintenance ticket?" one of the junior officers whispered. Keth's eyes narrowed. "Must be some automated defense protocol," he said. "Ignore it." Chapter 1 continued. "Fire again, same target, Increase yield another 5%. The next barrage gouged deeper scars in Argus Station's armored skin, leaving jagged, molten streaks. Still, the station held. The comms console chimed again. "Another message," the officer said weakly. "Read it. Additional complaint. Micro vibrations from repeated external impacts are disrupting hydroponics on residential Ring 3. Tenant satisfaction scores trending negative. Please cease vandalism immediately or appropriate fines will be assessed." A couple of bridge crews scraped their chairs back, as if they might escape the Admiral's rising fury. Keth's voice went flat. "Are they mocking us?" "Unknown, sir," the sensor chief said, "but local shield harmonics barely registered our attack. Their material science may be—" "I did not ask for commentary," Keth snapped. "Target a different structure, upper orbit, something civilian adjacent. Minimum safe yield. Fire." They fired. Argus Station did not react. Some other ring flickered as the blast washed over it. The comms station chimed. Keth closed his eyes. "Let me guess," he said. The comms officer swallowed. "Argus Station LSA. External light pollution noted. Residents complaining about unauthorized light graffiti on observation windows. Please direct energy discharges away from residential viewports, or you will be reported to Central Administration." This time a laugh actually escaped someone on the lower deck. It died instantly when Keth turned his head. He stared at the main display, at the serene, indifferent ballet of human infrastructure. They were not responding to his demands. They were filing noise complaints. "Increase yield another 15%, Keth said softly. "Let us see how far their arrogance extends." "Admiral," the sensor chief began. The deck under their boots shifted as batteries cycled up. Charged particles roared down conduits, gathering behind cannons that glowed from within. "Fire," Keth whispered. And then, before the tactical display updated, before anyone could speak, every console in the bridge went black. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. No readouts, no icons, no data. Just the low, unnerving sound of the ship itself. A living thing breathing in the dark. Then an image appeared. Not on one screen, not on the main holo, on all of them. The tactical sphere, the crew station displays, the status boards, every surface meant to show data now showed a single human face. He was young by council standards, late middle years by human, hair dark, cut short, jawlines sharp, eyes bright but steady, without any hint of fear at the fact that he now stared into the sensor mirrors of an entire arm of the galaxy. Behind him, hanging on a wall of what looked like polished dark metal, was a rectangle of Fabrica symbol archived in the Council's ancient cultural files for Sol. 13 stripes, a field of stars, red, white, blue. The human spoke. "My fellow citizens of the Milky Way galaxy," he said. His voice carried across the bridge, across Keth's fleet, and across every ship, station, bar, classroom, back alley holoscreen, industrial control panel, and handheld device in the galaxy that had the ability to show an image and pass a sound. "My name is Peter Hawthorne," he said, "and I am the President of the United States, from Earth." Chapter 2. The President of a Trapped World. If Peter Hawthorne felt the weight of a trillion eyes, he did not show it. He stood straight, shoulders squared, the flag at his back. His suit was a simple, deep blue. His tie was red. The small pin at his lapel matched the colors behind him: red, white, and blue. "I understand," he said, "that for many of you, Earth is a story you tell your children. A cautionary tale about a species that burned too bright and too fast and destroyed itself. We didn't." The words were simple. The way he said them made them feel heavier than any artillery. "Centuries ago," Hawthorne continued, "something appeared at the edge of our system. We call it the inverted horizon. It trapped us. We don't know if it was summoned, triggered, or just arrived. What we know is that every signal we sent out hit that boundary and fell back in on us. We were cut off. To you, we went silent. He lifted a hand slightly, as if steadying the galaxy like a patient. But the horizon did something we did not expect, he said. While it blocked our voices, it distorted and refracted yours. Over decades, then centuries, we began to hear you, fragments, echoes. We learned your languages. We studied your art, your politics, your mistakes, your brilliance. On distant worlds, linguists and cultural analysts stared in shock. The human was quoting idioms from species that had only joined the Council 100 years ago. From behind that wall, Hawthorne said, we watched you argue, negotiate, explore. We watched you build fleets and treaties. We watched you pretend you were alone in your maturity. For an instant, there was a flicker of something like humor in his eyes. And, he added, from that prison, we watched something else. The background behind him shifted. The flag remained, but the wall became a window, a three-dimensional projection of deep space. Galaxies hung in the dark, spirals, ellipses, dazzling clusters of light. Then slowly one of them dimmed. Not in the way a star dies, with brilliant defiance and then embers. This was more like ink spreading from the center out, swallowing light, erasing definition. The spiral faded into a gray smear and then into nothing at all. We don't know what it calls itself, Hawthorne said quietly. We don't know if it's alive in any way we understand. We only know what it does. Another galaxy dimmed. Another. A path across the deep like a wound. It erases life, he said. Every sign of it. Worlds, biospheres, the fragile webs that took billions of your years to form. Stars burn and the story vanishes. He let the image hang there. It was not a threat. It was simply a fact. We had to call it something, Hawthorne went on. We call it the purge. On worlds that had never heard human language spoken live, the translation hit like a physical blow. The purge. The word settled into lexicons and would never leave. While we were trapped, Hawthorne said, we did what humans do. We argued. We panicked. We made terrible decisions. Then we corrected them. We unified more than we ever had. We poured everything we had into understanding the horizon that caged us and the purge that was stalking the dark. We could not warn you, but we could prepare. Behind him, the image changed again. Now it was a lattice of light spanning a rough map of the Milky Way. Not physical, not yet, but imagined. Lines connecting systems, nodes where those lines met, pulses of radiance rippling through them. This, Hawthorne said, is our best answer so far. We call it the union field. It is not a weapon, not in the traditional sense. It is a network, a pattern, a way to saturate the galaxy with the one thing the purge cannot erase as easily as it erases life. The potential for more of it. To build it, we need nodes, thousands, millions, more than any one world can make. He looked directly into the feed, into Keth's eyes, into the eyes of every council representative watching from their seats. We also needed a way to talk to all of you, he said, to share what we have learned, to listen, to coordinate. So we built something else. Another image bloomed behind him, this one less abstract. It looked, to many watching, like a digital amphitheater. Countless channels of conversation braided together, streams of text and sound and symbol folding over each other without quite colliding. We call it Union Hall, Hawthorne said. It is not a council chamber. It is not gated by rank or species. If you can access it, you can speak, you can learn, you can build. No government authorization is required. On dozens of worlds, ministers and security officials sat forward, eyes narrowing. You will find schematics there, he continued. Data, field equations, material substitutions for worlds that do not share our chemistry, notes on what we think works and what definitely doesn't. We are not claiming to be infallible. We are claiming to be determined. He paused, then gave a small, almost weary smile. Now, he said, to the fleet currently orbiting our home. On Keth's bridge, every officer stiffened. You have been firing on our stations, Hawthorne said. You have caused cosmetic damage, including several unfortunately charred murals, and some paint flaking we now have to clean. My administrator, he glanced off to one side as if at someone in the room, has filed more complaints in the last hour than I care to read. Morgan Hale, watching from Argus, snorted. You have asked for our surrender, Hawthorne said. We will not surrender. Not because we think we can crush you, not because we need to prove anything, because we do not have time to waste on that game. He lifted his chin. You are free to stay, he said. You are free to leave. You are free to access Union Hall and see our work for yourselves. But if you continue firing on our stations, I must insist that you stop. Our patience is high, but it has its limits. My administrator will have no choice but to seize your ships if she deems you a security risk. Morgan stood watching the broadcast from her office in Argus Station, arms crossed, data pad in hand, and gave an approving nod. On Keth's bridge, the crew stared at each other in disbelief. My fellow citizens of the Milky Way, Hawthorne said, returning to the broader audience, you do not know us. You have heard stories, and then you heard nothing. We, however, know you. We have watched you long enough to believe that you are capable of more than you think. We cannot stop the purge alone. We can slow it, but to stop it, to push it back, to keep the story of this galaxy from being erased, we need you. Not your permission, not your flags, your hands, your minds, your hearts, your stubbornness. He let the last word hang there. Every translator fed back different equivalents: resolve, refusal, grit, faith. We have opened the door, he said. Union Hall is live. The Union field can be built. The choice is yours. He bowed his head once, a small, formal nod, and stepped back. The flag remained for a heartbeat in the frame. Then the feeds went dark. Chapter 3, Landing on Argus. The bridge lights of Admiral Vor Keth's flagship came back one subsystem at a time, like a recovering nervous system. Charts restored themselves. Status icons flickered into place. Fleet readouts scrolled down the sides of displays. In the center of it all, Keth sat very still. Status report, he said at last. Comms nominal, the officer replied. No sign of residual intrusion. All systems appear clean. Weapon arrays? Fully functional. Shields? Untouched. Keth exhaled slowly. The last image of the human president's face still burned in his mind. Calm, unafraid, speaking as if hijacking the galaxy was an inconvenience, not a miracle. Admiral, the sensor chief said quietly, Sol system stations remain at alert posture alpha. No change in activity, no weapon locks detected. They hijacked the entire Milky Way's communication grid, one of the junior officers whispered. From inside a system we thought was dead. Keth rose. Prepare a shuttle, he said. Every head turned toward him. Sir, his XO asked, you intend to board them? We came to enforce council law, Keth said. We found a strategic anomaly and a political catastrophe. I am not going to sit in orbit and sulk while a primitive lectures the galaxy. He stepped down from the command dais. I am going to see what we are dealing with. Argus Station was larger up close than the scan suggested. The shuttle threaded through a forest of pylons and docking arms, each one sheathed in layered alloys that glowed faintly where Keth's fleet had struck them. Repair drones crawled over the damaged sections, stripping away char and spraying fresh, silvery film that hardened in seconds. Local gravity field stable, the pilot said. Docking clamps engaged, airlock cycling. The outer hatch slid open with a hiss. Keth stepped out, flanked by two aides in formal dark uniforms. He expected a boarding party at least, a security detachment with weapons leveled, wary eyes tracking every movement. Instead, one human stood waiting. She was of middling height for her species, middle-aged by the records Keth had reviewed in the seconds he had before the shuttle descended. Her hair was pulled back in a practical knot, streaked with gray. She wore a crisp station administrator's jacket and held a slender data pad in one hand, stylus in the other. Her expression said, very clearly, "I am busy, and you are one more problem." "Admiral Vor Keth?" she asked, glancing up from her pad. He straightened. "That is correct." She flicked her eyes back down, thumbed something, then nodded to herself. "Right," she said. "Local station authority confirms. Galactic Council Navy." She looked back up. "Good, then you're paying for the damage." Keth blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "Exterior plating, dock 9 through 11, she said, ticking items off with the stylus. "Hydroponic vibration dampers we had to recalibrate. Radiation staining on 3 observation windows. You also scared a flock of children in residential ring 2, and our tenant feedback scores tanked for the last hour. That alone is going in my next quarterly report." She lowered the pad slightly and gave him a tired look. "Welcome to Argus Station," she said. "I'm Morgan Hale. If you're here to invade, you're late. The president already did that to the whole galaxy. If you're here to talk, we have conference rooms. If you're here to sulk, do it in the lounge and try not to scratch anything." Keth opened his mouth, closed it, started again. "We are here," he said carefully, "to assess the situation and determine the appropriate council response to the largest unauthorized comms breach in recorded history." Hale finished for him. "Yes, I saw the feeds. I was the one logging the complaints about your enforcement actions, while the president was explaining that we're trying to stop the universe from being erased." She tapped her pad again. "Look," she said, "I understand you have your protocols and your pride. I have 3,000 tenants complaining about scorch marks on their windows. You and I are not on the same priority level today." Keth's aides shifted uncomfortably. "You are remarkably unconcerned that you are under the guns of a council armada," Keth said. Hale raised one eyebrow. "Admiral," she said, "if your guns could hurt us, you would have done more than smudge the paint. Now, are you coming in, or are you going to loiter on my docking ring and clog traffic?" For a moment, Keth actually had to fight down a laugh. The absurdity of it scraped against something raw inside him. He stepped forward. "We will come in," he said. "For now." "Wonderful," Morgan said, already turning away. "Try not to wander. Some of the corridors are under refurbishment after your gentle reminders." As Keth followed her into the station, the door sealed behind them with a soft, final hiss. Outside, in the quiet between the stars, ships from 100 council worlds sat in uneasy orbit around a system they had written off as dead, watching, listening, and trying to decide what to do now that the primitives had spoken for themselves. And somewhere beneath those stations, in their newly repaired paint, a planet full of humans reconsidered the timing of their plans and whispered to one another, "They finally heard us." Now came the hard part. Chapter 3, Landing on Argus. The bridge lights of Admiral Vor Keth's flagship came back one subsystem at a time, like a recovering nervous system. Charts restored themselves. Status icons flickered into place. Fleet readouts scrolled down the sides of displays. In the center of it all, Keth sat very still. "Status report," he said at last. "Comms nominal," the officer replied. "No sign of residual intrusion. All systems appear clean." "Weapon arrays?" fully functional. Shields? Untouched. Keth exhaled slowly. The last image of the human president's face still burned in his mind. Calm, unafraid, speaking as if hijacking the galaxy was an inconvenience, not a miracle. "Admiral," the sensor chief said quietly, "Sol system stations remain at alert posture alpha. No change in activity, no weapon locks detected." "They hijacked the entire Milky Way's communication grid," one of the junior officers whispered. "From inside a system we thought was dead." Keth rose. "Prepare a shuttle," he said. Every head turned toward him. "Sir," his XO asked, "you intend to board them?" "We came to enforce council law," Keth said. "We found a strategic anomaly and a political catastrophe. I am not going to sit in orbit and sulk while a primitive lectures the galaxy." He stepped down from the command dais. "I am going to see what we are dealing with." Argus Station was larger up close than the scan suggested. The shuttle threaded through a forest of pylons and docking arms, each one sheathed in layered alloys that glowed faintly where Keth's fleet had struck them. Repair drones crawled over the damaged sections, stripping away char and spraying fresh, silvery film that hardened in seconds. "Local gravity field stable," the pilot said. "Docking clamps engaged, airlock cycling." The outer hatch slid open with a hiss. Keth stepped out, flanked by two aides in formal dark uniforms. He expected a boarding party at least, a security detachment with weapons leveled, wary eyes tracking every movement. Instead, one human stood waiting. She was of middling height for her species, middle-aged by the records Keth had reviewed in the seconds he had before the shuttle descended. Her hair was pulled back in a practical knot, streaked with gray. She wore a crisp station administrator's jacket and held a slender data pad in one hand, stylus in the other. Her expression said, very clearly, "I am busy, and you are one more problem." "Admiral Vor Keth?" she asked, glancing up from her pad. He straightened. "That is correct." She flicked her eyes back down, thumbed something, then nodded to herself. "Right," she said. "Local station authority confirms. Galactic Council Navy." She looked back up. "Good, then you're paying for the damage." Keth blinked. "I beg your pardon?" "Exterior plating, dock 9 through 11, she said, ticking items off with the stylus. "Hydroponic vibration dampers we had to recalibrate. Radiation staining on 3 observation windows. You also scared a flock of children in residential ring 2, and our tenant feedback scores tanked for the last hour. That alone is going in my next quarterly report." She lowered the pad slightly and gave him a tired look. "Welcome to Argus Station," she said. "I'm Morgan Hale. If you're here to invade, you're late. The president already did that to the whole galaxy. If you're here to talk, we have conference rooms. If you're here to sulk, do it in the lounge and try not to scratch anything." Keth opened his mouth, closed it, started again. "We are here," he said carefully, "to assess the situation and determine the appropriate council response to the largest unauthorized comms breach in recorded history." Hale finished for him. "Yes, I saw the feeds. I was the one logging the complaints about your enforcement actions, while the president was explaining that we're trying to stop the universe from being erased." She tapped her pad again. "Look," she said, "I understand you have your protocols and your pride. I have 3,000 tenants complaining about scorch marks on their windows. You and I are not on the same priority level today." Keth's aides shifted uncomfortably. "You are remarkably unconcerned that you are under the guns of a council armada," Keth said. Hale raised one eyebrow. "Admiral," she said, "if your guns could hurt us, you would have done more than smudge the paint. Now, are you coming in, or are you going to loiter on my docking ring and clog traffic?" For a moment, Keth actually had to fight down a laugh. The absurdity of it scraped against something raw inside him. He stepped forward. "We will come in," he said. "For now." Wonderful, Morgan said, already turning away. Try not to wander. Some of the corridors are under refurbishment after your gentle reminders. As Keth followed her into the station, the door sealed behind them with a soft, final hiss. Outside, in the quiet between the stars, ships from 100 Council worlds sat in uneasy orbit around a system they had written off as dead, watching, listening, and trying to decide what to do now that the primitives had spoken for themselves. And somewhere beneath those stations, in their newly repaired paint, a planet full of humans reconsidered the timing of their plans and whispered to one another, "They finally heard us." Now came the hard part. Chapter 4. The Council Reels. Across the Milky Way, chaos erupted. Council chambers flickered with emergency lights as diplomats shouted over one another, each scrambling to understand how a quarantined, supposedly primitive system had just overridden every communication network in existence. Screens replayed Hawthorne's frozen image, calm, composed, the red, white, and blue flag hanging behind him. His words echoed across a trillion minds. He took over every comm system in the Milky Way. This is impossible. Who granted him planetary transmission authority? No one. They hacked everything. There had never been a breach like this. Not in 10,000 years of recorded history. No species, no empire, no AI had ever hijacked all communications simultaneously. Protocol books were opened, flipped through, slammed shut. There was no protocol for this. As the shock sank in, the Council's anger surged. A dozen representatives tried opening direct channels to Saul. The channels connected, only to display a simple three-word message: Union Hall available. Nothing more. Infuriated, the Council attempted to reassert dominance the only way they understood: military escalation. Recall every available armada. We will show these humans they cannot dictate Council procedure. But as orders flew across subspace, a strange pattern emerged. The returning fleets did not necessarily want to return. Some crews dragged their feet, some quietly requested extended observation time. Some claimed engine recalibration delays. Admiral Vor Keth had set the tone. He and his landing team returned to the fleet after their visit to Argus Station. Changed. They had toured markets full of alien cuisines. They had spoken to human engineers who explained starship mathematics like chatting about the weather. Some crew had wandered to communal hollow lounges, enjoyed food, music, and art. And many had seen Morgan Hale. No, she wasn't special by human standards, but to Keth and his crew, unused to humans entirely, let alone humans spoken of as primitive, she was extraordinary, commanding, unafraid, sharp-tongued, and grounded. "It does something to you," one of Keth's officers whispered to a colleague, "being treated like a tourist instead of an invader." Back aboard his flagship, Keth watched his fleet drifting quietly in Sol orbit. No combat stance, no hostility. Ships that had arrived for war were now visiting. And every hour that passed, more Council fleets arrived. And every hour, fewer of them wanted to leave. For a long time after Hawthorne's face vanished from every screen in the galaxy, no one spoke. Then everyone did. Council chambers exploded into noise. Translators stuttered to keep up as 100 languages crashed together in a storm of outrage, disbelief, and raw fear. "He can't do that. That system was quarantined. My fellow citizens of the Milky Way, who does he think he is? Did you see the flag, that old Terran banner?" In the central rotunda of the Galactic Council, the holographic starfield above the floor flickered uneasily. Normally it was a static, comforting map of their managed galaxy. Now it replayed sections of Hawthorne's speech. "We watched you argue, negotiate, explore. We call it the Purge. Union Hall is live." Each phrase hit some delegates like accusation, others like warning, a few like hope. On the uppermost ring, in a private gallery set back from the main floor, Saren Talek stood with his hands folded behind his back and watched the chaos he had helped build wobble on its foundations. He was tall and spare, with slate-gray skin threaded by faint, opalescent lines that shifted and dimmed with his mood. His people's eyes were slightly larger than human, with horizontal pupils and a subtle, reflective sheen. Age had softened the lines of his face, but not the sharpness of his gaze. He had been in the chamber the day Earth was declared lost. He had helped write the protocol that consigned Saul to a footnote. "How long has he been listening to us?" a representative hissed below. He quoted a proverb from a species that joined 50 years ago. "Centuries," another answered bitterly. "They were watching us while we congratulated ourselves on our stability." The presiding chair's voice finally cut through. "Order! We have a direct transmission from Admiral Vor Keth on station at Saul. Put him through." The starfield collapsed into the image of Keth's bridge. He looked older than his file, too. Exhaustion had a way of doing that, and so did having your entire career invalidated by one speech. "Admiral," the chair said, "you are live to the full council." "Counselors," Keth said, "Saul's system is fully inhabited. Human infrastructure is beyond our current classifications. Our weapons have had negligible effect. You engage them?" Someone snapped. Keth's jaw flexed. "We followed established quarantine enforcement procedure." He paused. "They did not respond with force. They responded with administrative complaints and repair invoices." The chamber rippled with confusion. A few delegates checked their translators as if they had misheard. Talek's pupils narrowed. "Describe the humans," the chair said. "Not their machines. Them." Keth hesitated. His gaze shifted, as if looking through the camera towards something just out of frame. "They are not what our archives depict," he said finally. "They are unafraid, busy, focused on something larger than us." He drew a breath. "Their president's speech was not a bluff. They have been watching us from behind the inverted horizon for centuries. The purge is real. Their claim about vanished regions beyond the rim matches scattered anomalies in our own star surveys." Murmurs, some skeptical, some horrified. "And their intentions?" Talek asked, his voice carrying clearly despite the height. Keth met his eyes through the projection. "They did not ask for our surrender," Keth said. "They are asking for our help." "With what?" a delegate scoffed. "Their unauthorized network? Their violation of our comm grid?" "With preventing the galaxy from being erased," Keth replied. The words hung in the air. On his bridge, Keth continued, "They are opening something called Union Hall to anyone with access. Citizens, soldiers, merchants, children. It will bypass council authority entirely." There it was, the real wound, the one that mattered more to some of them than any existential threat. "They cannot set policy for the galaxy," a delegate snarled. "We do." "We haven't even faced the threat yet," another said, voice tight. "If this purge is what they say, we need centralized response, not decentralized chaos." Talek's fingers curled once, briefly, behind his back. "And your recommendation, Admiral?" the chair asked. Keth was silent for a moment. "Attempting to cow them with force has failed," he said. "Continuing to do so will make us look childish and waste time we may not have. My recommendation is that we treat them as equals. Listen, evaluate, participate in this Union Hall, and prepare." The chamber exploded again. "Participate? You want us to legitimize this human president? Equal? They were barely out of their gravity well when we quarantined them." Talek let the noise wash over him. Whatever else Keth was, he was not a coward. He could have lied, softened the blow, protected his own career. He had told the truth instead. Talek turned and stepped back into the shadowed corridor behind the gallery. His personal study was only a short glide along the curved passage, a room filled with old things, relics of treaties, stylized maps of campaigns that no longer mattered, and a single transparent wall looking out on the opalescent clouds of the Council world's upper atmosphere. He sat at his desk and brought up a blank document, the annihilation of communication order that some of his colleagues wanted to draft would be pointless. You could not censor something already inside every home. You could not unring Hawthorne's bell. So the question was not how to remove the humans from the conversation. The question was what to do about them now that they had stepped onto the stage, and whether to let them live long enough to change it. He stared at the empty page. Then slowly he pushed it aside and opened a different interface, the one for Union Hall. He hesitated for a long time, finger hovering over the confirm glyph. Across the galaxy, others were making the same decision. He exhaled and connected. In Sol orbit, the sky grew crowded. New fleets arrived every day, slipping into real space on flares of drive light and taking up uneasy stations around Earth's sun. Official communiques described them as containment reinforcements. Dispatches called them stabilization assets. Gossip in Union Hall labeled them something else entirely, the audience. On Argus Station, Morgan Hale watched the tactical overlays from her office and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Docking cues?" she asked. "Backed up to lunar orbit," her assistant replied. "We've added 3 temporary waypoints and a holding pattern. And the hydroponics wing reports some of the new ships are using too much active scan. It's making the lettuce grumpy." "The lettuce is not allowed to be grumpy," Morgan said. "Grumpy lettuce turns bitter, and then the salad bar complains, and then I have to file agricultural mood reports." Her assistant wisely did not laugh. "And the visitors?" Morgan asked. He glanced at his slate. "Mixture of inspection delegations, cultural observers, and personnel claiming they were ordered to disembark for diplomacy training." He paused. "Also, someone's already selling knockoff My Fellow Citizens of the Milky Way Galaxy mugs." Morgan covered her face with one hand. "Of course they are." She swiped through incoming dispatches. A council ship wanted priority docking to assert jurisdiction. A second complained their crew had returned from their last visit with unauthorized souvenirs and unreasonable enthusiasm. A third simply requested access to Argus's coffee bar. The galaxy's governments wanted control. Its people just wanted to visit. She toggled her comm. "Argus Dockmaster to all vessels in Sol orbit," she said. "Reminder, you are guests. You will follow our approach protocols. You will not fire weapons. You will not run active scans at power levels that agitate my lettuce. You will be respectful to staff and civilians. In return, you will receive hot meals, safe beds, and the best view in the galaxy. Violators will be billed." Her assistant tilted his head. "Do you think they'll listen?" "No," Morgan said, "but they'll learn." She let the comm drop and looked out the window at the growing glitter of ships. The galaxy had finally come to their doorstep. Now the question was whether it would knock or rattle the hinges. Chapter 4: War Tantrums. For 3 full rotations of the galactic core, the Milky Way did nothing but replay the human's face. Peter Hawthorne's image hung on news feeds, in military briefings, in underground pirate streams, and on children's entertainment channels. Clips of his speech were remixed with commentary, analyzed by experts, denounced by pundits, adored by idealists, and dissected by those who were supposed to be in charge. In the primary council chamber, the holographic dais that usually displayed trade disputes now showed frozen fragments of Hawthorne's broadcast. "Rewind. Pause there. Enhance the background." They zoomed in on the flag, on the wall material, on faint reflections in the polished surface behind him. Teams of analysts argued over what type of metal it might be. "Play again," someone demanded. They watched the part where he named the purge, the part where galaxies faded into gray nothingness, the part where he mentioned the Union Field, the Union Hall, the schematics he had already gifted to anyone listening. "He addressed the galaxy as if we were already under his administration," one representative snapped. "He spoke like a leader, not a supplicant," another replied. "He gave away advanced infrastructure designs to civilians without going through the council," a third hissed. "If those nodes do what he claims, they destabilize our entire energy, defense, and transport sectors." "He didn't ask for permission," an older counselor said softly. "That is the real offense, isn't it?" At the far end of the chamber, a senior defense minister stood very still, his hands clasped behind his back. "We can argue about tone later," he said. "Right now, every news feed in known space is quoting his fellow citizens of the Milky Way line. Every child with access to a screen has seen the human president. We appear powerless. If we do nothing, our authority evaporates." "So what do you propose?" asked the council speaker. A pause. "Enforcement," the minister replied. "Visible, immediate, limited enough to frame as quarantine reinforcement, not war. We do not recognize their override as legitimate. We remind the galaxy we remain in control." "Control of what?" someone muttered. "Clearly not of the comm grid." The defense minister ignored it. "We have fleets already at Sol," he said. "More are on the way. They will demonstrate our capacity to enforce council protocol. We will apply pressure until the humans agree to route their communications through authorized channels and submit their technology for review." No one said surrender. No one said war. They did not need to. In Sol orbit, enforcement translated as tantrum. Argus Station's outer hull lit up first. Lances of coherent energy hammered against its plating in precise, rhythmical patterns. Torpedoes traced elegant spirals through the vacuum, detonating in bursts of color against invisible defensive fields. Particle beams swept across cargo lanes, forced to curve at the last instant by human-built gravitic sheaths that nudged them away from anything truly fragile. A freighter captain on approach watched an emerald beam arc just ahead of his bow, flare across his viewport, and dissipate in a harmless bloom. He blinked, then opened his internal comm. He said to his cargo handler. "Someone want to tell traffic control the council's drawing graffiti again?" On Argus, Morgan Hale's inbox filled to bursting. "Exterior paneling on Dock 7 has new scorch patterns. Some residents like them, some don't. Please clarify if this is an official art installation." Micro vibrations from torpedo shockwaves rattled the hydroponic tomatoes. Several plants shed leaves in protest. Guest lounge view of Saturn briefly obstructed by a very large explosion. One guest spilled his drink. Local gravity shear from reflected beam caused 3 children to float for half a second. They laughed. Parents did not. Morgan skimmed the list, pinched the bridge of her nose, and began forwarding. 2. GCNA Fleet Command, Sol Theater. From Argus LSA, Hale, Morgan. Subject: External vandalism, ongoing. To whichever ship is responsible for the violet spiral impacts on Dock 12, please cease using our hull as a demonstration canvas. Residents are complaining about unwanted fireworks. Our cleaning crews are not budgeted for interstellar ego management. Regards, M. Hale, Local Station Authority, Argus. She sent another. 2. GCNA Fleet Command, Sol Theater. Subject: Traffic interference. Your latest barrage intersected 3 approved traffic lanes. No collisions occurred thanks to our auto deflection grids. However, you delayed 17 cargo shipments, 8 commercial shuttles, and 1 school tour. Stop shooting at the skyways. P.S. Your torpedoes are very pretty. Please stop decorating our routes with them. M. Hale. On Keth's flagship, his XO read that one aloud. A quiet, strangled sound escaped someone on the lower deck. Keth closed his eyes for a long, slow breath. "Status of our last volley?" he asked. "Outer hull of Argus shows residual heat signatures," the sensor chief said. "No penetration, no shield depletion detected. Local traffic resumed normal patterns 8 seconds after impact." "Any evidence our attacks are causing them meaningful strain?" Keth asked. A pause. "No, Admiral." Then increased frequency, came the command from the Council relay channel. "Maintain pressure. Demonstrate that we can sustain this indefinitely." Keth's jaw tightened. "Understood," he said for the record. Off the record, in the privacy of his thoughts, he wondered how many more times they were going to smear colors across an unbothered sky before someone admitted it did nothing but bruise their pride. On the planet below, humanity watched the tantrum, not in panic and not in indifference, in fascination. Entire parks filled with families leaning back in reclined benches as holographic overlays projected the orbital theater overhead. The paths of Council ships traced luminous arcs. Weapon discharges appeared as stylized blooms of light, with labels underneath. Cruiser Group 7, Particle Lance Salvo, ineffective. Frigate Wing 4, Guided Torpedo Cluster, deflected. Vendors rolled carts between the benches, calling out, "Comet cones, meteor popcorn, lunar lemonade." A group of teenagers sprawled on the grass, watching a volley streak toward a high-orbit logistics hub. "I say they clipped the forward array," one said, pointing. "No way," another replied. "They always overshoot the first shot. It'll glance off the counter-rotating ring." "You're both wrong," a third chimed in. "They've adjusted their targeting subroutines. Look at the spread angle. I bet they hit the docking hinge. 2 credits." "Deal." They watched as the torpedoes curved, flared, and impacted. A scoreboard in the corner of the projection updated. Council strikes versus human predictions. Round 4. Hits 1. Misses 37. Elsewhere, in a quiet suburb, an elderly couple sat on their balcony, sipping tea under the distant glimmer of orbiting fire. "This reminds me of the old meteor showers," one of them said. "The meteors were more dignified," their partner replied. "They didn't come with self-important press releases." The tantrum spread beyond Sol. In the neighboring Ort installations, Council ships attempted to intercept human mining platforms, only to find themselves locked out of targeting solutions by invisible interference. "Weapons won't acquire," a frustrated gunnery officer barked. "Why not?" their captain demanded. "Unknown, sir. The ship thinks it's pointed at empty space. Every time we try to re-aim, the system's predictive matrix resets." On a long-haul ferry between Mars orbit and Jupiter, passengers watched as distant Council ships loosed bright arcs across the black. "Are we in danger?" a nervous traveler asked the steward. "Not from them," the steward said, checking the flight board. "From boredom, possibly. We're on a 5-minute hold while traffic control reroutes someone else's tantrum away from our lane." On a civilian news feed, a commentator chuckled as orbital footage played behind her. "By our latest count," she said, "Council fleets have spent the equivalent of 12 planetary defense budget cycles achieving, let's see here, 3 scratched panels, 1 temporarily rattled hydroponics bay, and a widely panned performance review from Argus Station's cleaning staff." The first real change came when humans decided to make it safer, not for themselves, for the people firing at them. It started with a cruiser from the Vesk Dominion, a sleek, blade-like vessel that had been particularly enthusiastic about saturating a shipping lane with harmless but inconvenient beams. Mid-barrage, its weapon arrays flickered, stuttered, and went dead. On the bridge, alarms chimed. "Power diversion," the chief engineer shouted. "Weapons grid just went offline. I didn't authorize a shutdown." "Bring them back," the captain snapped. I'm trying. Control pathways aren't responding. It's like someone rerouted. A new alarm chimed. Different pitch. Airlock notification. The captain froze. Who authorized docking? She demanded. No one, the helmsman said, eyes wide. We didn't register physical contact. Airlock integrity still shows sealed. A soft tone sounded by the inner hatch. Every weapon on the bridge found its way toward that sound, even though no one could have possibly fired one inside the fragile structure of their own ship. The hatch slid open. 4 humans stepped through. They wore slim, featureless environment suits marked only with small flags on one shoulder, and the stylized Earth and Horizon insignia on the other. None carried visible weapons. 2 pushed a hovering crate between them. The lead human raised both hands, palms empty. Hello, his voice came through automatic translation, calm and almost apologetic. We've temporarily disabled your weapons to prevent further lane interference. There was concern you might clip a civilian transport on your next volley. You boarded a council cruiser, the captain said, stunned. Yes, the human replied. How? Efficiently. There was a beat of silence as both sides reassessed the situation. Are you here to seize the ship? The captain asked. The human blinked. No, he said. We brought you snacks. He gestured to the hovering crate. One of his teammates tapped a control. The top unfolded, revealing neatly organized packages, individually sealed containers, labeled in multiple languages, each with icon-coded dietary information. We reviewed your species' biochemistry from archival scans, he added. These should be safe, high in complex carbohydrates and electrolytes. It seemed likely your crew would be fatigued after maintaining such a prolonged, if ineffective, firing pattern. The captain stared. You disabled our weapons, she said slowly. Yes. You boarded our ship. Yes. You brought refreshments. Yes, the human said again. If you would like, we can also run a diagnostic on your targeting arrays. They appear to be oscillating in response to our local field dynamics. That can't be pleasant for your engineers. One of the Vesk officers made a small sound. It took the captain a moment to recognize it as a stifled laugh. She exhaled through her teeth. Fine, she said. You may proceed, but my crew keeps their sidearms. That's reasonable, the human said pleasantly. We won't be here long. Stories like that spread. A patrol corvette from the Halen Compact found itself suddenly unable to lock coordinates for its launch bay. When technicians pried open a floor panel, they discovered a box of human-made tools and a folded note. Your inertial calibration matrix was 12% out of tune. We fixed it. Please stop aiming at the medical relay. Patients are trying to sleep. A carrier from the Kellen axis lost thruster control just long enough to drift off its attack vector and into a gentle holding orbit. While engines were offline, human teams slipped aboard, updated several outdated safety protocols, left behind a crate of multi-species beverages, and vanished. In every case, human footprints on internal surveillance were blurred faces indistinct, movements oddly smooth. They had, as one stunned captain put it in his report, the professional courtesy of excellent thieves and the bedside manner of earnest hosts. On Argus, Morgan Hale added a new category to her complaint log: unscheduled boarding events, friendly. Her messages to the council fleets reflected the change. To GCNA Fleet Command, Seoul Theater, subject, clarification on uninvited guests. Several of your ships have reported human boarding parties disabling their weapon systems and delivering care packages. Please understand that while we disapprove of uncoordinated field trips, we strongly approve of preventing civilian lane interference. Consider asking nicely next time, or at least file a visitor form. M. Hale. Keth read that one twice. "Are we confirming these reports?" he asked his intel officer. "Yes, Admiral. Vesk, Halen, Kellen, and 2 independent patrols. In each case, humans disabled specific subsystems, provided small comforts, and left. No casualties, no theft, no damage beyond wounded pride." "And no one stopped them," Keth murmured. "We didn't know they were there until they were gone," the officer admitted. "Sensor logs show gaps. We have fragmentary thermal signatures, but nothing consistent." Keth leaned back, staring at the projection of Sol orbit. Council ships surrounded the system like sullen children around a toy they no longer knew how to play with. "Command wants us to maintain pressure," the XO said quietly. "But off the record, sir, this looks absurd." "It looks like we're throwing rocks at a fortress that keeps repainting the walls and sending us lunch," Keth replied. On the surface, human commentators began running segments with titles like, "Today in Orbital Pouting," "Fleet Fireworks, Rating the Council's Performance," "Meet the Crews Behind the Tantrums." One popular channel interviewed a shuttle pilot whose craft had been brushed by a misaimed beam. "It shook once," she said, sipping from a branded drink. "The auto shield absorbed the rest. My passengers were more upset that the view got washed out. And honestly, the reflection off the rings was gorgeous." "So you're not afraid of the Council armadas?" the host asked. "Afraid?" she laughed. "Of what? Them scuffing the paint?" Human betting networks opened a dedicated category, Council Target Prediction. Week 3. Participants could wager on which station would get the next cosmetic blast, whether a beam would accidentally illuminate a comet tail, how long before the Council repeated a previous firing pattern out of frustration. Payout odds adjusted dynamically based on fleet trajectories. There was even a special long shot category, first crew to give up and land. The odds on that one shortened rapidly. The first visitors did not come under diplomatic orders. They came under the pressure of reality. A small destroyer from the Thailand Republic had spent 12 days in constant firing posture. Crew rotations were shot. Morale was threadbare. They had watched their shots blaze harmlessly against invisible defenses, while human stations remained serenely operational. On day 13, one of their junior officers approached the captain. "Sir," she said, "permission to speak freely." "Granted," he replied tiredly. "We are accomplishing nothing," she said. "Our reports say as much. Our crew knows as much. We are embarrassing ourselves. There is an open docking berth on that station Argus. They have sent no threats, only complaints about scuff marks." "You are suggesting we defect?" the captain asked. "Visit," she corrected. "We go as guests. We gather information. We see what this primitive species has actually built." He stared at the viewport, at the shining lattice of platforms, rings, and gliding ships. "If Central Command sees this on the feeds, they will see it anyway," she said. "The humans are documenting everything. Sir, would you rather be remembered as the captain who kept firing at a wall, or the captain who walked through the door?" Silence in the command well. "Plot a course," he said. Argus Station's traffic control flagged the incoming Thailand destroyer with a soft tone. Its transponder identified it as an active Council vessel. Weapons offline, approach vector slow and courteous. Morgan Hale was on her third coffee of the shift when the alert pinged her console. She squinted at the ID, checked the posture readouts, and then opened a direct channel. "This is Argus LSA," she said. "Destroyer Ethan of the Thailand Republic, you are approaching a civilian hub. State your intentions." A moment of static, then a voice filtered through translation. "This is Captain Seru Van," it said. "Our intentions are to dock, to disembark a small party, to speak, to rest, if that is permissible." Hale blinked. "You've been firing on our infrastructure for nearly 2 weeks," she said. "Yes," the captain said. "We have also been failing to damage it for nearly 2 weeks. We thought perhaps we might be more effective at conversation." Morgan stared at her display, at the slow, careful approach, at the dormant weapon signatures. She sighed. "Docking clearance granted," she said. "Berth 12. I'll have someone meet you. Try not to scratch anything on the way in." That image of a Council destroyer sliding into a human-controlled dock under its own power, not as a conqueror, not as a prisoner, but as something awkward and in between, went viral across the galaxy. On a minor news relay 3 sectors away, a board commentator replayed the docking footage side by side with clips of the same destroyer's earlier bombardments. Once, a weapon. Now, a visitor. The caption read, "When your invasion turns into a vacation." Soon after, other ships followed. Some came openly, announcing their intent to conduct inspections or engage in de-escalation talks. Some claimed engine trouble and requested temporary maintenance support. Humans treated them all the same. Docking hatches opened to welcome crews into clean, well-lit corridors. Guides in station uniforms pointed out amenities. Cafes and canteens offered samples of human cuisine, carefully tailored to different biologies. Recreation decks provided views of the planet, the stars, and occasionally the Council fleet still sulking in higher orbit. With one major exception, the hosts were unfailingly polite. The exception's name was on 1,000 complaint forms. Morgan Hale met the first Tylan landing party with a datapad under one arm and a look that said she had 15 more important things to do, and all of them involved fixing someone else's mess. "Captain Vaughn?" she asked as the group stepped through the pressure lock. The Tylan captain's eyes adjusted to the station's spectrum. His posture was rigid, formal. "Yes," he said. "You are Administrator Hale?" "Local station authority," Morgan corrected. "I'd shake your hand, but last time I did that with an unvetted alien species, we had a week-long rash outbreak on Deck 3. So let's skip straight to business." She checked her pad. "You've participated in, or at least authorized, approximately 63 separate volleys against the station," she continued. "As a result, we've logged cosmetic paneling damage, 3 cracked light fixtures, and several irate hydroponic technicians. Standard policy is to bill offending parties." Captain Vaughn swallowed. "You intend to send an invoice to the Tylan Republic Navy?" she asked. "No," Morgan said. "I intend to hand it to you." She extended the pad. After a second, Vaughn took it. The invoice was itemized down to the last scuffed railing. At the bottom, a note. "We recognize you were following orders. Consider this more of a reminder that your actions have consequences, even if they don't penetrate our hull." Vaughn read it twice. Then unexpectedly she laughed, a short, startled bark. "You find this amusing?" Morgan asked. "I find it..." Vaughn searched for a word in the translation. "Honest. We came to intimidate you. We achieved only maintenance work. This seems fair." Morgan's expression softened by a degree. "Well," she said, "now that you're here as something other than a hazard, you'll find we run a decent station. Your crew is welcome in the common areas. Try the orange pastries in Dockside Cafe. They tested well on cross-species pallets. And if your Navy continues this nonsense in high orbit, tell them at least to schedule around our maintenance windows." "I will pass that along," Vaughn said. As Morgan turned away, the Tylan captain asked, "Do you resent us?" Morgan glanced back. "For what?" she asked. "For obeying the Council. For firing on your home." Morgan's jaw worked for a second. "I resent having my schedule disrupted," she said. "I resent repainting perfectly good panels because someone needed to feel important. But you're here now. You walked in the door. That counts for something." She shrugged. "Besides," she added, Your last salvo created a beautiful reflection on our outer ring. Some kids on Deck 6 started a light show appreciation club. It's the most excited they've been since gravity tag got banned. Vaughn stared at her. You turned our attacks into entertainment? It was either that or stress ulcers, Morgan said. Welcome to Argus, Captain. Try not to break anything. By the time the Council realized what was happening, it was too late to control the narrative. Footage flooded Union Hall and public channels. Council crew laughing with human vendors over strange, delicious food. Human children asking to see alien uniforms. A Vesk engineer and a human technician arguing animatedly over the best way to anchor a docking strut, then dissolving into mutual respect. A Kellen officer standing at an observation window, staring down at the blue-white planet with something like wonder. In the primary council chamber, the defense minister watched a clip of his own officers accepting cups of steaming, fragrant human beverages on a station that had been, on paper, an active enforcement target. He did not slam his fists on the console. He did not shout. He simply said, very quietly, "What are they doing?" "Not the humans," the speaker replied. "Our people." The minister did not answer. On the feeds, a caption floated gently over the image of a mixed species group watching the distant glow of a tantrum volley splash harmlessly against a human orbital ring. Best seats in the house. The tantrum had not only failed to frighten humanity, it had given them a stage. And the galaxy, already watching, could not look away. Chapter 5. More war tantrums, impound notices, and accidental business models. The tantrum did not end. It learned new tricks. Council command doubled down. Fresh directives rolled to encrypted channels. Maintain pressure. Do not relent. Human defenses must eventually show strain. Saul did not show strain. It showed patience. And then eventually, it showed teeth. The first ship Morgan Hale impounded did not feel special. It was just annoying. For 11 straight hours, the Kellen carrier Virat had been carving bright arcs across Argus Station's peripheral arrays. Not enough to threaten anything essential, just enough to scuff, rattle, and generate complaints. Same ship? Morgan asked, not looking up from her screen. Her sensor tech zoomed in on the display. The carrier's signature pulsed helpfully. Same one, he said. Virat. They've found 3 new angles to chip the paint. Morgan scrolled through her inbox. Hydroponics reporting emotional distress in the tomato vines. A yoga group complaining that shock waves were disrupting their breathing exercises. A child's drawing, forwarded by an exasperated parent, depicting the sky as angry scribbles. She exhaled through her teeth. Fine, she said. Tag them. The command was simple, written into Argus's systems for situations exactly like this. IMP, True Scope, 1 vessel, target, Virat. The station's local field generators hummed almost imperceptibly. Invisible harmonics reached out, brushed the carrier's hull, and slipped inside its systems like water through mesh. On the Virat, the gunnery officer reached for the firing command. It grayed out. He frowned. Captain, he said, weapons have gone to maintenance safe. We did not order that, the captain snapped. Override. The officer tried. The command window blinked something he had never seen before. Locked by external safety protocol, refer to station authority, Argus. A fresh alarm chimed. Engine output dropping, the helm reported. We're drifting off firing vector. Thrusters are locked to minimal. By whose authority? The captain demanded. Unknown, Helm replied. It just says, local traffic control. A third alarm. Docking clamps? The engineer said slowly. We're being pulled into a berth. No, we are not, the captain growled. Counter-thrust. Counter-thrust did nothing. The Virat's massive frame, designed to intimidate by sheer presence, slid gracefully onto a controlled glide path. Guidance beacons from Argus flickered politely. Docking arms extended, caught, and held. The carrier settled into berth 15 with the soft inevitability of a file dropped into the correct folder. On Argus traffic control, Morgan watched the docking confirmation ping. "There," she said. "That's better." Her assistant stared at the display. "Did we just seize a council carrier?" he asked. "We impounded a hazard," Morgan corrected. "There's a difference." She started a new document. To Commanding Officer, CV-993 Virat. From Local Station Authority, Argus. Hail, Morgan. Subject, Impound Notice. Hull liability, ongoing nuisance behavior. She typed for precisely 45 seconds. The captain of the Virat read the message 3 times. Impound Notice, Argus Station, Sol System. You have engaged in repeated, low-impact, cosmetically destructive fire on civilian infrastructure and traffic lanes under our jurisdiction. Effective immediately, your vessel is held under administrative impound. You will remain docked until you provide assurance in writing that further unsolicited demonstrations will cease. You remit payment for the attached list of repair and repainting services. Fines assessed reflect actual material and labor costs. No surcharge has been added for inconvenience, emotional distress, or the spectacular stupidity of your firing pattern. Regards, M. Hale, Local Station Authority, Argus. Attached below was a neatly itemized invoice. It was not small. It was also not outrageous. Materials, labor, hazard overtime, a modest environmental scrub fee for burnt particulates. The captain's first instinct was pure outrage. "They can't do this," he said. "Technically," his legal officer replied, "they just did." "That's not what I—" A chime sounded again. Another message. To CV-993 Virat. Subject, Courtesy Amenities. While impounded, your crew is welcome to station common areas subject to normal guest conduct policy. Meals, rest quarters, and basic recreational services are available. You may send individual personnel to the Argus Administrative Office to discuss the invoice. P.S. We have a cafe with beverages that tested well with Kellen physiology. Consider this a gesture of hospitality, not an endorsement of your taste in orbital graffiti. M. Hale. The captain stared at that for a long time. "Schedule a delegation," he said finally. "I want to see this Hale myself." The first council outburst came hours later in the central chamber, when a summary of the incident hit the high-priority queue. "They seized a carrier," the defense minister said flatly. "It's impounded," the speaker replied. "There's a difference. They have no authority to detain council assets. They have the only authority that matters," another elder counselor said dryly, "physical control." "They invoiced us," someone added, scandalized. The invoice appeared in the chamber's holo. Rows of costs, clearly documented. No gouging, no mockery, no hidden surcharges, just work. The rage didn't come from the numbers. It came from the fact that nothing in the document acknowledged the council's status. It treated them like any other tenant who'd scuffed a wall. "Refuse payment," the defense minister snapped. "Order them to release the ship. If they don't, we escalate." "And if they simply keep the ship?" Telek asked quietly from his place in the upper ring. "We have already proven we cannot hurt their infrastructure meaningfully. Are you eager to demonstrate that we also cannot retrieve our own vessels?" Silence briefly before someone muttered, "This is extortion." "No," Telek said. "This is bureaucracy, the more dangerous of the two." The humans did not escalate. They did something worse. They were reasonable. After 2 days docked at Argus, 2 days in which the Virat's crew sampled the cafe, slept in proper gravity, and discovered just how tired they had been, the payment went through. not from the council treasury, from a discretionary fleet maintenance fund that had never been intended for fines. The moment the transfer cleared, Argus released the impound lock. Docking clamps retracted. Engine control returned to the carrier's bridge, along with one more notification. To CV993 Virat. Subject: completion of services. Payment received. Thank you for settling your account in a timely manner. As a courtesy, Argus station technicians have recalibrated your inertial dampers. They were drifting 6% out of spec. Patched microfractures in your port thruster housing. Corrected a misalignment in your forward sensor array. This work was performed at no additional charge. Future voluntary maintenance visits may be scheduled through standard traffic control. Please do not shoot at my station again. M. Hale. On departure, the Virat's helmsman eased them out, then blinked at his readouts. "Captain," he said, "we're lighter." "In what sense?" he asked. "Response time, turning radius. Our fuel efficiency curve just improved by 15%. Someone tuned us." The captain watched the stars slide across the viewport. Argus rotated away behind them, indifferent. "File a full systems report," she said. "Mark work origin as Sol Station, Argus. Classification, restricted." He hesitated then. "And don't tell command they fixed our dampers. They'll ask why it took a human administrator to do it." That should have been the end of it. It was instead the beginning of something new and unintended. By the end of the week, 3 more ships had been impounded for persistent nuisance fire. Each time, their weapons and engines quietly locked. They were drift-guided into a berth. They received invoices that were annoying but fair. They paid, they left. And each time, crews reported the same thing. "You feel that? Thrusters are smoother. Targeting lock is tighter. Fuel numbers just jumped." Whispers started in private officer channels. "They upgraded you?" "Just a little. Cleaned out errors." "For how much?" "Less than a full refit back home, and the coffee's better." Officially, no one entertained the notion. Unofficially, ship captains with creaky systems and overdue maintenance looked long and hard at their tactical orders. "Sol Theater, sir. High firing load. High probability of impoundment." "Impoundment," their superiors said, as if tasting something sour. "Yes, sir, very regrettable. But if we must endure it for the glory of the council, we might as well come back with tuned engines." Morgan Hale did not notice the pattern immediately. She noticed an increase in repeat offenders. "This is the 3rd time that frigate has accidentally threaded a beam through Dock 10's shadow," her assistant said, highlighting the trajectory. "It's like they're aiming near us." Morgan squinted at the orbit plots. Weapons fire that curved just a little too close. Engine signatures that stuttered theatrically in unfortunate malfunctions, right in front of Argus's traffic cone. Ships that protested very loudly and on open channels about being unfairly impounded, and then sent private thank you notes after release. She pulled up their maintenance logs. Her maintenance logs. Impound, invoice, repair, quiet little efficiency bump, release, over and over. "Oh no," she said. Her assistant leaned in. "Oh no what?" "We've become a discount garage," she said, "for warships." The realization spread through Argus's back-end systems faster than it did through the council. Union Hall helped. Someone, no one ever proved who, posted an anonymized breakdown of average performance improvements post-impound at Sol. It was formatted like a joke. It read like a temptation. "Can confirm," a Thailand engineer replied. "Our reactor variance dropped by 8% after an extended stay at Argus. No surcharge. Humans called it tidying up while we were already in there." "Our carrier's roll response improved," a Vesk officer added. "Unofficially, I am not telling any of you this." A human in the thread, user tag at Argus facilities, replied, "Stop encouraging them. MH." The thread reacted with a wave of laughing glyphs. In the Council's upper echelons, the issue appeared in the worst possible way, as a budget anomaly. "We are seeing unplanned efficiency spikes in certain fleets assigned to Sol Theater," a logistics analyst reported. "Fuel expenditure down, maintenance requests down, performance metrics up." "That's good," said the finance minister. "Isn't it?" "It would be," the analyst said, "if it were due to our actions." Slowly, painfully, the truth filtered upward. By the time it reached the defense minister, it had acquired a name: the Argus problem. "You are telling me," he said carefully, "that our captains are deliberately allowing themselves to be impounded by a quarantine system in order to receive cheap, unsanctioned upgrades?" "Not deliberately, sir," the analyst said. "Officially, they are merely failing to avoid repeated nuisance fire patterns in proximity to the station." "And unofficially?" "Unofficially, yes." In his private study, Talek read the same report. He put his head in his hands. "We have lost them," he muttered. "We have lost our own fleets to better customer service." Morgan's patience did not last much longer than Talek's. The tipping point was a Halen corvette that broadcast its distress in a way only technically distinguishable from a performance. "Emergency!" the corvette's captain cried over open channel as his ship began an extremely graceful spin. "Our stabilizers have failed right in front of your standard impound corridor. We are at the mercy of your superior docking systems." Morgan listened to the audio twice. Then she keyed a direct line. "Corvette HAL 17, she said. "This is Argus LSA. Cut the theatrics. You scraped my observational ring last time you were here." "Ah," the captain replied, instantly dropping the panic. "Administrator Hale, always a pleasure. About those stabilizers." "Your stabilizers are fine," she said. "I toggled them myself. You're impounded for being annoying." "Excellent," he said, then caught himself. "I mean, how tragic. Shall we discuss pricing?" "No," Morgan said. "We're done." She opened a new protocol. "Impounded, true services, disable only upgrades, none." On the HAL 17's bridge, controls died with all the finality of a flip switch. "Docking clamps?" the helm asked, almost hopefully. "Negative," engineering said. "We're stuck in a powered idle." A message appeared on the captain's console. "To HAL 17, subject. You know what you did. You are impounded for intentional misuse of our patience. You will not be upgraded. You will not be tuned. You will sit there until your command structure decides it is in their interest to stop treating my station like a discount service port and my orbit like a stage. I have attached a list of the last 6 emergency malfunctions that just happened to occur in our lanes. Your acting skills are poor. Your engineering is worse. When the Council stops throwing rocks at my home, we will consider resuming normal hospitality. Until then, enjoy the view. M. Hale." The captain said. His crew leaned in. "Oh," one of them said softly. "She's mad." Union Hall found out within the hour. A human user posted a cropped version of the message. Caption: "M. Hale has left the chat." Responses rolled in. "Wait, they were using Sol as a mod shop? You can't blame them. The humans do good work." Council command: "Why are we losing the war?" Fleet captains: "We're not. We're just getting slightly better fuel economy." Then someone from Sol, no one could tell if it was Morgan herself or some mischievous dockhand, dropped a new thread. To the Council: "Stiffs still taking themselves too seriously. You want to act like you're in charge of the galaxy? Fine, act like it. Stop flinging tantrum fire at my station. Stop sending your ships to accidentally fall into our impound lanes. Stop pretending you don't enjoy the coffee. Take a spin in one of the ships we just sent back. They're twice as fast and burn half the fuel. You're welcome. A friend. The thread exploded. Alien engineers argued in the comments about the exact efficiency gains. Human comedians made mock recruitment posters. Join the Soul Theater. Come for the war. Stay for the updates. One commentator summed it up. Only humans could turn a punitive bombardment into a loyalty program. By the time the Council realized just how bad it looked, the damage was no longer in ships or panels. It was in perception. Their armadas no longer inspired fear. They inspired memes. Captains no longer spoke of the Soul Campaign. They spoke of visiting Argus. And every time someone, somewhere, tried to reassert the old narrative of Council dominance, 1,000 eyes rolled and a few million hands typed, "Tell that to the woman who impounded your carrier and made it run better." In a quiet moment on his flagship, Vor Keth read the latest directive from the Council. Ask them their terms. He forwarded it to the designated channel. The reply from Saul came back almost instantly. "We have no terms." Keth stared at the words. "We are already doing the thing that matters. You may continue firing if it helps you process what has happened to your pride. You are free to leave. You are free to stay. You are free to come down and have coffee. You are not required to like us." A pause. Then one final line. "When you are done being angry, your citizens are already helping us build something that will save their grandchildren. You are welcome to join them." Keth read it twice. He thought of Morgan Hale, standing in a docking bay with her data pad, and her impossible, stubborn insistence that everyone under her roof behave themselves. He thought of the human children who had pressed their hands to the shuttle window to see him better. He closed the message and issued no new firing orders. Chapter 7, The Union Field begins. Union Hall did not simply grow, it detonated. The platform itself handled it with eerie grace. Threads braided and unbraided themselves according to need. Voices found each other. Arguments formed and dissolved. Friendships sparked in the spaces where extremists failed to dominate. It wasn't a council chamber, it was a galaxy-sized cafe. A Kalor mathematician posted detailed analysis of the Union Field schematics and announced grudgingly that these humans have done their homework. A miner from a low-tech world asked if rusty scrap metal could substitute for one of the recommended alloys. A human engineer replied with 3 alternative designs. An artist from a water planet shared a sketch of how their people had decorated their first node frame with shells and bioluminescent algae. Someone observed dryly that if the purge was going to erase them, they might as well go out making something beautiful. No single government authorized the building of the first node. No policy was passed. No treaty was signed. A handful of electricians in a dusty settlement on an overlooked rock of a world simply decided. They had most of the parts. They had the schematic. They had nothing better to do after their shift. They built, and the galaxy watched. Within hours, a second node frame went up on a bustling capital world. Then a third on a station that had never had reason to care about Sol. Then a fourth, cobbled together in a school courtyard by a teacher and her most stubborn students. Governments panicked. You cannot construct unknown devices without authorization. These structures must be registered. This is a violation of orbital zoning regulations. The people building paused just long enough to look at their governments. Then a universe-wide shrug rolled through the civilian threads of Union Hall, and they went back to work. On Vadris, in a crystalline valley where light refracted in 100 colors, Ina Tor stood with her hands on her hips and glared at the half-finished node rising from her village's central square. She was compact by her species standards, with faceted skin that caught the light in dull silver and hair like spun glass bound back in a strict coil. Age had not dulled her posture. She radiated the kind of energy that made younger people reflexively stand up straighter. "Stop hitting it," she snapped at a young worker who was trying to persuade a misaligned beam into place with increasingly aggressive hammering. "It is a node, not an enemy fortification." The worker froze. "Yes, Elder," he muttered. Ina clicked her tongue and checked the field measurements on her wristband. "Your alignment is off by 3/10, she said. "Also, you are leaking harmonics. Plug the leak and the alignment will fix itself." "You can see harmonics?" another worker asked, awed. "I can see mistakes," she said. "They are the same thing." Her pregnant daughter, Laurie, watched from a nearby bench, one hand resting on the slight swell of her abdomen. Children darted around her legs, chasing a hovering toy, an interactive light orb that squealed happily when tagged. "Careful of the frame," Ina called automatically as the children squeaked past the node's base. "Do not run into it. If you crack it, you fix it, and I will make sure you fix it properly." They squealed affirmations and kept playing. Ina sighed. Children. She made another adjustment to the node's crystalline coupling, watching the readout fields shimmer in response. The pattern settled, almost, but not quite, where it should be. She said. The children's game sent them once more under the unfinished structure. The orb dipped low, bounced off one child's forehead, and careened into Laurie's lap. She laughed, a sudden, delighted sound, and flicked it playfully back into the air. For a brief moment, every child and Laurie herself laughed together. The node brightened. Not much, barely a sliver, but Ina's eyes flicked to the readings and went wide. "No," she whispered. She stared at the data, then at the children, then at her daughter. "Do that again," she said. "Do what?" one of the children asked. "Laugh," Ina said impatiently. "Play, like you just did. And you," she pointed at Laurie, "laugh like that again." Laurie blinked. "Mother, you cannot just order." "Play," Ina snapped. "Now." It was the now that did it. The children scrambled to obey, partly out of respect, mostly out of mischief. The orb zipped between them. Tiny hands stretched, grabbed, missed, tagged. Laurie couldn't help it. The sight of her niece tumbling into a heap of limbs and giggles dragged another laugh out of her. The node flared. This time the spike was undeniable. Ina's heart hammered. She did 3 more tests to be sure. Different children, different games. A quiet, peaceful moment where one child simply sat and hummed while drawing pictures. Each time the node responded. Joy, not motion, not sound. Not number of bodies present. Joy. She drew in a slow breath. "Laurie," she said. "Yes, Mother." "Come put your hand on the frame." Laurie approached, frowning, and did as she was told. The node's resonance climbed even before Ina asked anything of her. Steady, powerful, stable. Not wild like the children's spikes. More like a deep, effortless current. Ina swallowed around the sudden tightness in her throat. "Think about something that makes you happy," she said quietly. Laurie's gaze unfocused. Her hands shifted on the frame. The readout leaped. The node sang. Ina took a careful step back and braced a hand on a support beam. "Oh," she said. It wasn't much of a scientific statement. It was all she had. Hours later, her report hit Union Hall. Other node builders read it, tried it, and reported the same thing. Children's joy amplified the field. Genuine art and music deepened it. Simple acts of everyday kindness steadied it. Pregnant women, standing near the nodes in peace and happiness, flooded them with astonishing, clean power. And every attempt to force it, every ordered gathering, every "perform joy now for the greater good," crashed the readings into the dirt. Humans confirmed this, almost apologetically. "Yes," one of their engineers wrote, "we tried forcing it early on. It failed. The universe appears to be very particular about honesty." 3 days later, Ina Tor's life changed again. A box appeared on her workbench. It hadn't been there when she left for lunch. When she came back, it was sitting squarely in the center of her tools, about the size of her torso, made of a smooth, dark material that wasn't quite metal, wasn't quite stone. There was no courier, no seal, just a simple printed note. To Ina Tor, for seeing what we hoped was there. Union Hall, Saul. Ina stared at it. The workers stared at it. Laurie stared at it, one hand on her stomach. "Open it," one of the teenagers whispered. Ina huffed, trying to gather her dignity, and unlatched the lid. Inside were neat rows of glossy, dark brown bars wrapped in simple, shimmering paper. A faint, rich scent rose up from them, unlike anything Vadris had ever known. "What is that?" Laurie asked. "A weapon," one worker murmured. "A bribe," another suggested. Ina picked one up, broke off a piece and tasted it. Her knees nearly gave out. The flavor exploded across her senses. Sweet, bitter, deep, warm. Her brain lit up. Every old memory that carried even a hint of pleasure resurfaced all at once. She made a noise that embarrassed her immensely and sat down hard on the bench. "What is it?" Laurie demanded. Ina thrust the remaining piece at her daughter with shaking fingers. "Try it," she croaked. Laurie did. The sound she made was only slightly less dramatic than her mother's. Later, the translation filters on Union Hall would struggle to find a proper word for Vadris's new sacred substance. Humans helpfully provided one: chocolate. Within a week, half the village was experimenting with using tiny squares of chocolate as reward for long node-building shifts, a treat for musicians after a performance, a symbol for pregnant women coming to stand by the frame and talk about baby names. Ina Tor's node became famous, not just because it was efficient, because it was joyful. Chapter 8: SDF and the Man Who Walked the Stars. As Union Hall grew and nodes multiplied, the first serious attacks began. They were not coordinated at the council level. No decree was issued. No official channel called for sabotage. But fear did its work. On one industrial world, a group of extremists slipped into a node construction yard under cover of night, carrying shaped charges and wedge disruptors. They had watched the feeds. They believed the Union field was a human trap, a way to control thought, a subtle attempt to erase their species' identity. They made it exactly 3 steps past the perimeter. The air in front of them shimmered. Figures appeared. They were human-sized, human-shaped, cloaked in visual distortion that made it impossible to fix on their faces. Time seemed to stretch, a long, thin moment in which no one spoke, and everyone understood exactly how outmatched they were. The extremists didn't even get to drop their weapons. The SDF moved once. When the workers arrived at dawn the next morning, all they found was a faint ozone scent and a few scuffed footprints leading away from the node. The charges were gone. So were the infiltrators. Rumors spread faster than any official notice. "They walk through walls," someone whispered. "They heard what we were planning and came before we did it. They don't kill, they just remove. Ghost humans, guardian humans." "Self-defense force," said one human in Union Hall when asked. "We built them because we knew there would be pushback. We don't expect your trust. We do expect the right to protect anyone who is trying to help." "Where do you take them?" another user asked, cautious. "To conversations," the human replied. No one quite knew what that meant, but the attacks slowed. Those who attempted them vanished before they could leave scars. The work continued. As node sites expanded, something else began happening. President Peter Hawthorne started leaving Earth. Not in ships, through doors. The technology that SDF used to appear and vanish, short-hop phase transit keyed to the Union field topology, was dangerous if misused and impossible to replicate outside human systems. Hawthorne used it like a man with a very good pair of walking shoes. He would announce his visit in Union Hall, openly. "I will be on Vadris tomorrow, at the central node site in the Crystalline Valley. I look forward to meeting anyone who wishes to be there." Strategists from 100 worlds read those announcements and went pale. "You cannot publicize movements like that," one council security analyst muttered to his console. "You are a head of state, not a festival busker." Hawthorne did it anyway, because there was only one enemy he feared, and the Purge did not care about ambushes. When he arrived on Vedris, it was like a festival. The valley's natural refracted light now mingled with glow from the completed node, casting shifting patterns over a crowd of thousands. Vedris citizens had gathered in formal dress, informal work clothes, traditional garments, and a few new outfits inspired by human media. One young artisan had painstakingly painted an approximation of the American flag across the front of his tunic. The stripes were wobbly, the star field had too many stars, and the colors were slightly off. It was perfect. When Hawthorne stepped through the phase aperture, a simple rectangle of light unfolding from nothing, he wore the same deep blue suit, the same red tie, the same small flag pin. The crowd roared. Some of them shouted in their own languages. Some shouted in carefully memorized human English. "Mr. President, Earthman, fellow citizen." A child near the front held up a hastily scribbled sign in a language Hawthorne didn't speak, but the translation floating in his vision read, "Thank you for the chocolate." He laughed. "Believe me," he said as he stepped down onto the crystalline platform, "that was selfish. Sharing chocolate makes friends faster than any speech." They roared again. He did not go to a podium. There was no podium. He walked into the crowd. Security details on 50 worlds winced as they watched the feed. Hawthorne shaking hands, touching shoulders, letting people close enough to do anything they liked. The SDF was there, of course, invisible at the edges, watching. But Hawthorne never once glanced toward them. His focus was entirely on the people in front of him. "What are you working on?" he asked one cluster of node technicians. They eagerly explained. He asked questions, not to quiz them, but to understand their version of the design. He made notes, asked if he could bring some of their modifications back to Union Hall. He noticed the artisan's hand-painted flag and stopped. "Did you make that yourself?" he asked. The artisan flushed a shimmering violet. "Yes, I saw images in your archives. I wanted to honor—" "You honored us the moment you picked up a tool," Hawthorne said. "That," he nodded to the flag, "is just beautiful lanyard." The word baffled most of them. The translator supplied. "A little extra gift." They liked that. At some point, a small Vedris child wriggled through the crowd to the front. His crystalline skin was still dull with youth, his eyes bright and nervous. He stared up at Hawthorne, clutching something, a cheap plastic toy node. "Mr. President?" he asked timidly. Hawthorne crouched a little, so they were at almost eye level. "Yes?" "Can I?" The boy swallowed. "Can I ride on your shoulders?" The request landed like a dropped stone in a still pond. The nearby onlookers went very quiet, not disapprovingly, just holding their breath. Hawthorne blinked. Then his face lit with a warmth that needed no translation. "You may," he said. He lifted the boy as if he had done it 1,000 times before, set him carefully on his shoulders, and stood. The boy shrieked with delighted fear and grabbed his hair for balance. The crowd erupted. Every recorder in the valley caught the moment. The president of a once-lost world, carrying an alien child on his shoulders like a father at an amusement park, weaving through a field of light and color and humming node resonance. In Union Hall, someone clipped the feed and reposted it. "This is what leadership looks like," they wrote. It spread. Later, Ina Tor finally got her moment. Hawthorne found her near the node, barking instructions at a pair of teenagers who were trying to improve one of her carefully tuned support struts. "You can improve it when you understand it," she said sharply. "Until then, you may stabilize it exactly as I showed." "Ina Tor?" Hawthorne asked. She turned, annoyed at the interruption. Her annoyance faltered when she recognized him. Her opalescent lines brightened, then dimmed, then brightened again in a flicker of conflicting emotions. "Yes," she said, a little stiff. "I am Ina Tor." Hawthorne held out his hand. "Peter Hawthorne," he said, "I've heard you like chocolate." Her gaze dropped to the large box he carried. It was similar in shape to the one that had appeared on her bench, but this one bore her name in careful script across the top. "I brought more," he said. "I thought perhaps the first batch wasn't enough." Her throat worked. You sent that?" she asked. "I approved it," he said. "The credit for finding the node resonance is entirely yours. The chocolate was the least we could do." She stared at the box, then at him. "We were just playing," she said quietly. "My grandchildren, my daughter. I just noticed a pattern." Most of humanity's breakthroughs started with someone just noticing something while they were busy loving someone else, he said. That caught her. She fought the sudden burn at the back of her eyes and lost. Liquid gathered there, refracting the valley light. "Thank you," she managed. "Thank you," he said. "Every life we save from the purge will owe that salvation, in part, to a grandmother who yelled at children until the universe revealed a secret." She laughed through the tears. "Do not put that on my gravestone," she said. "It's too long." "I make no promises," he said. Across dozens of worlds, visits like that played out in different ways. On one ocean-covered planet, he sat on a low platform while amphibious children painted his shoes and told him about the fish that nested in their reefs. On a desert moon, he helped an old mechanic lift a replacement beam into place while they talked about what it felt like to send your child off-world for the first time. On a station built into the side of an icy comet, he spent 20 minutes helping a pregnant technician balance her schedule so she could both rest and keep volunteering at the node. Always the same pattern: no podium, no distance, no bodyguards shoving people back. Just a man moving through the galaxy, letting people touch the future with their own hands. Back in the council capital, Saren Talek watched the feeds in silence. He watched the child on the shoulders, the grandmother with the chocolate, the alien in a crooked American flag shirt sobbing as Hawthorne signed it. With every new clip, a knot in his chest tightened. This is what they're doing, he thought, bypassing us, building loyalty directly. We are losing control. His colleagues ranted about that openly now. In private, they said darker things. Charismatic demagogue, one spat. He has the galaxy eating out of his hand. Too much trust placed in one species, another said. We need to rebalance the situation. Rebalance. The word bothered Talek more than any overt call for violence, because it was a word he had used himself, in other eras, to justify other preemptive strikes. In his study, Talek sat alone at his old wooden desk. A human could have sat in it comfortably, his species' hands close enough in shape and proportion that he could have turned pages in a human book without difficulty. The room was lined with shelves of physical memory, carved stones from the founding planets, woven banners from old victory days, metal slivers from scrapped warships that had once pointed their guns at one another and now sat as harmless decoration. He called up a private document on the desk's embedded display. Not an official plan, not yet, just notes. If one wanted to remove Hawthorne, one would need a moment when he was physically present, a location where phase transit was predictable, a team small enough to slip past SDF attention. He hated himself a little for how easily his mind supplied the logistics. He had spent a lifetime building structures where power felt safe. Hawthorne was a walking crack in that structure. He set his stylus down and pressed his fingertips together. This is for balance, he told himself. The room did not argue. He began outlining. Every time his thoughts strayed to the child on the human shoulders, he pushed the image aside. When he thought about Ina Tor's face when she opened the chocolate box, he tightened his jaw and added a contingency. He was not a monster, he told himself. He was a steward. Stewards did what was necessary. When he was halfway through a draft invitation and offered to host Hawthorne for a private discussion on behalf of concerned council leadership, his desk communicator chimed. He frowned. He had set it to private hours ago. He glanced at the identifier. Union Hall, sole priority channel. His pulse stuttered. He considered ignoring it. Stewards did not ignore information. He accepted. The display flickered and resolved into Peter Hawthorne's face. Not the polished broadcast version, a calmer, slightly weary, very present one. "Counselor Saren Talek?" Hawthorne asked. Talek's mouth had gone dry. "Yes," he said carefully. "This is President Peter Hawthorne," the man said, "from Earth." "I am aware of who you are," Talek said, more sharply than he intended. A hint of something like humor touched Hawthorne's eyes and vanished. "I apologize for the intrusion," Hawthorne said. "I know you did not request a call." Talek's gaze flicked involuntarily to the half-composed document hovering off to the side of his display. "On the contrary," he said slowly, "I was considering reaching out." "Good," Hawthorne said. "Would you like to talk?" Talek's mind raced. If he could get Hawthorne to come here, physically, in person, under the guise of a meeting, he might be able to. "Yes," Talek heard himself say. "Perhaps we can arrange a time. Tomorrow. I will require security preparations. We can." He never finished the sentence. The air in the center of his study rippled. Light folded inward, then outward, silently. A human stepped through. Not a projection, not a hologram. The same man from the screen, now standing on Talek's carpet, suit still neatly pressed, flag pin catching the study's lamplight. He took in the room with a quick, appreciative glance. The maps, the artifacts, the history, and then looked straight at Talek. The communicator on the desk went dark. "I appreciate your concern for scheduling," Hawthorne said, stepping forward calmly. "But we're all a little short on time these days." He sat down in the chair across from Talek's desk, folding his hands loosely. "You wanted to talk," he said. "Here I am." Chapter 9. We Need to Talk. Talek did not move, not because he was frozen. He had disciplined that failure out of himself decades ago, but because movement now felt like an admission. Across the desk, the human president sat with his hands loosely folded, posture relaxed in a way that resisted interpretation. Supreme confidence, perhaps, or complete indifference. Neither option was acceptable. Talek had built a career on reading rooms. He measured danger in posture, intent in pacing, threat in who remained silent when others spoke. He understood how power announced itself, through guards, through ritual, through layered displays meant to remind everyone present where violence ultimately lived. This was none of that. The man across from him had bypassed the council capital's security lattice, a system Talek himself had approved line by line, entered a private study that had never once been breached, and taken a seat as though this were a scheduled meeting delayed by minutes rather than impossibility. No guards, no escorts, no ceremony. That unsettled Talek more than any show of force could have. Silence held between them, thick but controlled. The air recyclers whispered softly. Outside the tall windows, traffic lanes curved across the Capitol skyline, orderly and disinterested in the crisis unfolding above them. Talek spoke at last carefully. "You sit," he said, "in the private study of a high-ranking council member, without protection, without leverage. Either you are reckless, or I no longer understand the nature of power." Hawthorne met his eyes without hurry. "Power changes shape when it works," he said. Nothing more. Talek felt the words settle, not as rebuttal, not as deflection, but as correction. His gaze drifted, almost involuntarily, to the corner of the desk. The draft, still hovering there, faint, half-translucent, the product of a long night and a quiet decision finally crossing a private line. Careful language, conservative contingencies, the kind of planning done by someone who understood violence well enough to want it executed cleanly. He had not dismissed it. He had assumed he still had time. Hawthorne's eyes followed Talec's glance, then returned to him. Talec dismissed the projection with a sharp gesture. The empty air where it had been felt suddenly dense, as though something vital had just been removed. "You violate the most secure capital in the quadrant," Talec said carefully. "You enter my private chambers without invitation. You sit." His eyes flicked briefly to the chair Hawthorne occupied. "How precisely do you believe this conversation proceeds?" "Honestly," he said, "this tends to go better if we skip the part where you pretend you weren't drafting a plan to kill me." Talec did not respond. Hawthorne's mouth twitched, almost a smile. "It's one of the cleaner drafts I've seen," he continued. "Efficient, conservative. You favor outcomes over spectacle." He complimented Talec, a possible arbiter of his destruction, and treated this as if it wasn't a high-stakes political game. But it wasn't a game. The human knew what he was doing. Talec's spine stiffened despite himself. He studied the man across from him again, and the realization struck, not gradually, but with surgical clarity. This was not interruption. This was interdiction. The timing had been exact, the arrival precise, the demeanor entirely unconcerned with escalation. The president had not come because a threat had been made. He had come because the threat was forming. The draft had not crossed channels, had not triggered audits, had not been finalized, transmitted, or shared. It had existed only here, half-written, half-thought, and the human president had already been seated across from him. Talec felt something colder than fear slide into place. Not panic, calculation. Either humanity's intelligence reached into the council like a surgeon's hand, or they had been watching him long enough to know exactly when his thinking crossed a certain threshold. Neither possibility was survivable. Talec raised his eyes to Hawthorne again. "How long," he asked carefully, "have you known what was on that screen?" Hawthorne did not shift in his chair. "Long enough," he said. That answer was worse than any explanation. Talec felt the room recede, not physically, but conceptually. The study did not feel breached. It felt revocable. This was not intrusion. This was surveillance with judgment attached. And Talec's mind went somewhere dangerous then. Why come in person? Not a message, not intermediaries, not force. Talec had authorized removals executed without the architects ever knowing they had been seen. He understood how elimination was done when secrecy mattered. If Hawthorne had been here to kill him, Talec would never have known the meeting occurred. Which meant the visit was the last step before that decision. "You didn't come to warn me," Talec said quietly. Hawthorne did not deny it. "You came to decide whether I needed to be dealt with." For the first time, Hawthorne's expression changed, not hardening, not softening, acknowledging. "Close," he said. The word landed harder than agreement. This was assessment, continuation under review. Talec drew a slow breath. "Then tell me," he said, "what stopped you?" "You didn't come to bargain." Still nothing. Talec's voice remained steady through training alone. "You came to decide whether I needed to be dealt with." For the first time, Hawthorne's expression changed, not hardening, not softening, acknowledging. "Close," he said. The word landed harder than agreement. This was assessment, continuation under review. Talec drew a slow breath. "Then tell me," he said, "what stopped you?" Hawthorne studied him for a long moment. "Intent," he said at last. "You crossed into it. Not action, not execution, but the moment where violence stopped being abstract." He gestured faintly, not toward the desk, but toward Talek himself. "We monitor actions all the time," Hawthorne continued. "Intent is rarer, more dangerous. It's where futures begin." Talek felt the weight of that settle. Humanity had not intervened because it feared him. They had intervened because they did not permit tools like that to finish assembling. That realization loosened others that had been pressing at the edges of his thoughts. The fleets, docked at human stations, not threatened, repaired, upgraded, resupplied, until boundaries were tested, then conditions applied, training offered freely, discipline enforced quietly. Ships that learned stayed modern. Ships that abused kindness stayed obsolete. The food, aid convoys delivering rations aboard foreign hulls without banners, without speeches. Chocolate sent not to admirals, but to a grandmother on Vadris assembling a Union node by hand. The nodes, schematics released without restriction. Weaponizable infrastructure distributed like literacy. Communications rebuilt not as command chains, but as shared participation. Union Hall, a galaxy-wide network operational before the Council had agreed on terminology. Civilians building, linking, organizing without authorization. And the children. Alien children wearing human banners like toys, laughing, unafraid. And the human president himself traveling from planet to planet, meeting civilians and interacting with them directly. Taken together, the shape became unmistakable. This was not persuasion, this was enlistment. The Council did not need to be destroyed. It needed to be managed, improved. "You're not recruiting allies," Talek said slowly. "You're mobilizing." Hawthorne didn't deny it. "Every formation needs a point," he said, "something it's willing to place out front where impact happens first." Talek felt the last piece click into place. Humans have been sharpening the galaxy like a blade, and you're the tip of the spear." "Yes," Hawthorne said. The room felt smaller. Talek felt, for the first time since taking office, like a man who had mistaken a warehouse for a command post. He had believed himself a participant in history, a steward, a leader. He was none of that, at least not compared to humanity. They were never on the same level, and probably never would be. Humans had barely acknowledged the Council's authority. No, they never acknowledged the Council's authority. They were inventory, a tool to be used in the future, improved when possible. And Hawthorne's visit to Talek was humans cleaning some debris off of their sword before it rotted. Corrective action, maintenance. He met Hawthorne's gaze again, older now by hours if not years. A small chime grabbed Hawthorne's attention. His demeanor changed instantly. "What?" Talek demanded. Hawthorne's gaze snapped back to him. "The purge just crossed the boundary of the Milky Way," he said. "First recorded incursion. It has chosen a vector." Talek's chest went tight. "Where?" he asked. Hawthorne stared blankly at Talek, as if reading information being fed directly to his pupils. He refocused on Talek. "Varia," Hawthorne said. Talek knew it only vaguely, a secondary trade hub on the quiet edge of a mid-arm spur. Not strategic, not famous, populated. "There are millions of people there," Talek said. "Confirmed council members, registered worlds." "Yes," Hawthorne said, "which means this is no longer a theoretical problem for your colleagues to posture over." He stood up. "We already have SDF in range. Union field nodes nearby are generating enough resonance to slow the impact if they synchronize." Talek's mind raced through timelines, fleet positions, treaties, excuses. "You expect us to let you handle this alone?" he asked. "I expect nothing," Hawthorne said. "Expectation is a luxury we burned out of ourselves a long time ago. But I am telling you this, if the Council wants even a fragment of moral authority left when this is over, it will send ships to help evacuate that system. Now." He rested his fingertips lightly on the desk, leaning in just enough to make sure Talek saw the seriousness in his eyes. "You asked once what role the Council has left," Hawthorne said. "Here is one. Help save lives, your people, your citizens, not by passing resolutions, by moving hulls." Talek's mind raced ahead, already computing response windows. "How long?" 48 hours, Hawthorne said, "before irreversible contact." Talek exhaled slowly through his nose. "And what exactly do you intend to do in 48 hours? Hawthorne leaned back slightly, hands still folded. "Save who we can," he said. "Thousands, maybe tens of thousands." Talek's eyes narrowed. "Only thousands?" Hawthorne didn't bristle. "What I used to enter this room," he said, "is not a miracle, it's a scalpel. Extremely precise, extremely limited. We can phase individuals, small groups, every cycle. Triage, not evacuation." Talek nodded once. That tracked. Elegant, brutal, honest. "And the rest?" Talek asked. "The rest depends on what happens next," Hawthorne said. Talek studied him. "Union Hall is already moving," he said, making it a statement, not a question. "How?" Talek demanded, "when by your own admission this just crossed into confirmed space?" Hawthorne's gaze flicked briefly, unfocused, not evasive. "Processing. Union Hall doesn't run on linear consensus," he said. "Think less command network, more temporal mesh." Talek raised an eyebrow. "Some people see problems early," Hawthorne continued. "Some see consequences late. Union Hall doesn't privilege either. Signals propagate to where they're needed, when they're needed. Futures inform presence. Experiences inform preparation." Talek frowned. "You're describing causality violations." "I'm describing prioritization," Hawthorne replied. "The math is ugly, but the outcome is faster response." Talek absorbed that in silence. Around him, the institution he represented felt suddenly slow, heavy, dim. "And civilians?" he asked. "You said civilians are reacting." "Yes," Hawthorne said. "Privately owned ships, cargo haulers, retrofitted liners. People are showing up with anything that can carry bodies." Talek stiffened. "Without authorization?" "Without waiting," Hawthorne corrected. "Big difference." Talek felt the familiar ache of systems falling behind reality. "And you're allowing this?" "We're coordinating it," Hawthorne said. "Union Hall flags unsafe routes. Argus Station and our other depots are already pushing emergency refits. Hull reinforcement, life support scalability, nothing exotic, just making ships better at being what they already are." Talek stared at him. "You're upgrading whoever shows up." "Whoever helps," Hawthorne said. A beat. "And if they abuse it," Talek said quietly. "They don't come back," Hawthorne replied, "and others notice." The room went still again, but this time it wasn't a duel. It was alignment under pressure. "You're bypassing us," Talek said. Hawthorne didn't deny it. "But you're giving us a way back in," Talek added. "Yes." Talek leaned forward slightly. "If Council vessels redeploy, openly, visibly, if transponders light up over that system, what then?" "Then," Hawthorne said, "the galaxy remembers why the Council existed in the first place." Talek exhaled. "And if we don't?" "Then Union Hall fills the gap," Hawthorne said simply. "The people will still be saved, just not by you." Talek closed his eyes briefly. Protect citizens, coordinate defense, act when it mattered. That had been the founding charter. "You're not asking permission," Talek said. "No," Hawthorne agreed. "I'm offering relevance." Talek opened his eyes. "And Argus Station?" he asked. "Open," Hawthorne said. "Any Council ship in range willing to assist gets priority access. Repairs, training, upgrades, real ones." Talek nodded slowly. "This is faster than anything we can authorize," he said. "Faster than votes, faster than law." "Yes." And you're comfortable with that? Hawthorne met his gaze. I'm not comfortable with extinction. Silence held for just a moment longer. I will make the calls, Talek said. Hawthorne's expression didn't change, but something in the room eased. Good. Then let's stop the purge from teaching the galaxy the wrong lesson. Talek paused. And what lesson would that be? He asked. Hawthorne stood, already half somewhere else. That institutions matter less than people, he said, and anyone who forgets that doesn't survive long. Light folded. The study was quiet again, but this time it felt like a place where decisions still mattered. Chapter 10. The Broken System. The alert reached Saul 3 different ways at once. On Argus Station, 3 decks below Morgan Hale's office, a strip of crimson text slid across a secure operations display. No alarm tone, no flashing border. Just information, delivered the way professionals preferred it. Probable purge vector shift target. Vera system estimated arrival window. 36 to 48 standard hours. On the council capital, in Saren Talek's private study, the same data appeared in the lower corner of his desk display. This version carried an additional tag, one he had never seen before. Source: Union Hall, Saul corroborated. Council Deep Sky Survey Anomalies. And deep beneath Earth, inside the inverted horizon, where sunlight had not fallen for centuries, the alert arrived as a soft chime in Peter Hawthorne's ear. He raised a hand, touched the implant lightly, and listened. Vera, he said almost to himself. The room around him did not stop. SDF coordinators moved with the deliberate efficiency of people long accustomed to emergencies that did not announce themselves with panic. Holographic system maps floated above matte black tables, layered with node lattices, transit corridors, and partially complete union field constructs that glowed like skeletal frameworks waiting to be filled in. Status glyphs pulsed over half a dozen worlds. Some green, some yellow, none red, yet. A coordinator looked up from her console, tall, dark-skinned, exhaustion etched cleanly behind her eyes, hair pulled tight as if sleep were an indulgence she could no longer afford. Confirmed, she said. Gravimetric signature matches edge events. Same profile as the approach that crossed council survey lines last year. Vera's arrays caught it earlier. They've been watching the rim since the hijack. How many? Hawthorne asked. She didn't need clarification. 3.2 billion system-wide, she said. Vera Prime ballooned after node fabrication started exporting. Densely populated orbital belts. A lot of people who thought they were building their future. And extraction? Hawthorne asked. Her hesitation was brief, but noticeable. With everything we can bring to bear, she said, hundreds of thousands, maybe 1 million if every civilian hauler in Independent Hull diverts immediately. And with phase? She shook her head. Thousands, tens of thousands at best. Phase is a scalpel, not a freight line. We can pull out medical cases, command staff, critical specialists. That's it. Hawthorne nodded once. Show me the system. The nearest holotable bloomed open. A calm yellow star, 6 planets, braided trade routes looping like veins. Orbital habitats and industrial platforms marked in pale blue. Scattered among them, half-built Union nodes glowing faintly, unfinished. Council presence? He asked. Light, the coordinator said. On paper, customs docks, a patrol strip. She layered in another projection. But there's movement. 2 jumps out. Council captains watching the same anomaly data. Some are spinning up without orders. Hawthorne allowed himself a breath. Then it started, he said. He straightened. Route phase corridors to Soulgate 3 and Argus Overflow. Push Vera to the top of Union Hall priority feeds. No editorializing. Facts only. Time window, population estimates, projected loss curves. She nodded, already relaying it. Node builders, transport pilots, anybody with mass and a functioning drive. They get the data raw, let them decide. Hawthorne stepped back from the table. There was no illusion here, no fantasy of saving everyone. There never had been. He touched the implant again. Patch me to Talek. The counselor's study resolved in his vision. Same desk, same banners, same man. Older now than he had been an hour ago. Lines dimmed by exhaustion and something closer to dread. Talek didn't bother hiding the alert. Vera, he said, confirmed. It is, Hawthorne replied. We're moving what we can. SDF will phase out critical populations and advisors. The rest ride hulls. Your patrol routes are closer than most. Talek's opaline markings brightened, then dimmed again. You are asking for council assistance. I'm describing reality, Hawthorne said evenly. What you do with it remains your choice. Talek's gaze flicked to another window, already open. Union Hall, scrolling, filling. There will be resistance, Talek said. Protocols, jurisdiction, captains who will hesitate. While they debate, Hawthorne said, Vera dies. Send whoever's willing. The rest can write explanations to a system that won't exist to read them. Silence. Then Talek nodded once. Very well, he said carefully. I will encourage initiative. The connection dropped. Hawthorne turned back to the room. Plot my phase, he said. Soulgate 3. One of the coordinators frowned. You could run this from here. I could, Hawthorne agreed. But evacuees don't remember dashboards. They remember the first person who tells them the truth. A doorway of light unfolded, precise, restrained. No spectacle. Hawthorne adjusted the pin on his lapel by a fraction of a degree and stepped through. Soulgate 3 had never been intended to be memorable. It was modular. Modular stacked on modular. A functional lattice of cylinders and radial arms welded around a central spine, built quickly, cheaply, and without ceremony once humanity understood it might need more places for people than Earth could ever hold. It had stable gravity, clean air, passable coffee. In emergencies, that made it priceless. Hawthorne emerged into a private phase reception chamber that smelled of disinfectant and old upholstery. Two SDF officers snapped to attention. Mr. President, report. Advisory teams phased in at 2 hubs and 1 outer settlement, one said. Local governance is fragmented, some cooperating, some arguing about priority, some insisting this must be a drill. And capacity? She didn't flinch. Best case, we extract a slice, 20% if everyone runs at once. Without council participation, significantly less. Hawthorne nodded. We take the slice, he said, and we make sure the galaxy sees who was standing in it. He turned toward the arrival decks. Prep the bays, he said quietly. Vera's about to find out who remembers what the council was for. The station began to move. Not fast enough, but moving. Chapter 11. Redeployment. Argus Station had never slept. Even before humanity shattered the old distance barriers, Argus had been built for traffic, freight convoys, rotational crews, emergency overflow from Sol's ring habitats. Its design philosophy was brutally practical. If something broke somewhere else, Argus took the strain. Now it was taking strain from the galaxy. Council vessels arrived in staggered waves, sleek patrol craft, blocky customs frigates, aging escort hulls with names that still carried weight in certain systems. They came in hot, broadcasting urgency codes that had not been used in living memory, and Argus answered them all with the same message. Priority access authorized. Condition. Verified destination. Vera system. The first time it went out, Half the captains thought it was a mistake. The second time they realized it wasn't. By the third wave, ships were already diverting mid-burn. From the central operations deck, Morgan Hale watched the arrival lattice thicken until it looked less like traffic control and more like sedimentary layers. Centuries of Council engineering piling up against a structure that had been welded together in barely a decade. Docking arms 6 through 12 are saturated, an aide said. We're rerouting arrivals to auxiliary rings. Morgan nodded. Good, keep the lanes open. No one waits if they don't have to. Even council halls? Especially council halls. She turned toward a tall, segmented display that tracked departures outbound. Several icons were already glowing a deeper green, faster than projected. Confirm this, she said, tapping one identifier. Keshin Val launched 30 minutes after refit and is pacing ahead of ships that never stopped. The technician's fingers danced. Confirmed. It shaved 21% off transit time. Morgan exhaled, slow and steady. That'll do, she said. Log the delta. Captains need to see this isn't theoretical. A council frigate slid into Dock 9 as she spoke, its hull scorched and scarred in ways that spoke of deferred maintenance and too many commanders arguing over funding. A human liaison team was already waiting when the airlock cycled open. Morgan followed. The interior bay smelled faintly of ozone and lubricants. A ring of alien officers stood rigidly at attention, suspicion written plainly across their posture. One of them stepped forward, a senior captain by insignia, his crest dulled by years of vacuum exposure. You will state precisely what you intend to do to my ship, he said. Morgan didn't flinch. We're not touching your weapons, she said. We're not touching your command chain. We're not installing fail-safes or overrides. This is not an annexation. She gestured toward a schematic hovering beside her. This is mass field compensation, she continued. Your drives assume space pushes back. It doesn't. They waste energy fighting ghosts. We teach them not to. Suspicions shifted, but didn't vanish. And the risk? The captain asked. Morgan didn't soften it. Non-zero, she said. 5% chance you experience instability during the first burn. Less than 1% chance we have to revert the changes manually. If you don't consent, you leave immediately, unchanged. Silence stretched. How long? He asked. 40 minutes, Morgan said. Then you leave, faster than you would otherwise. The captain glanced at his officers. There were no speeches, no grandstanding, just a nod. Proceed. The refit teams moved. Above them, Argus drank ships and spat them back toward Vera, like a machine suddenly remembering what it had been built for. Across the system on Solgate 3, the first evacuees began phasing in. They didn't arrive all at once. The technology wouldn't allow that, not without tearing itself apart. They came in clusters, each arrival announced by a soft displacement ripple and a momentary hum that vibrated through the floor. The first thing they saw was not soldiers, not banners, not cameras. It was a man in a dark suit standing just past the arrival threshold, sleeves slightly rumpled, coat folded over one arm. Welcome, Peter Hawthorne said, voice steady, human accented, unmistakably present. You're safe here. Some froze, some cried. One elderly Varan woman reached out and touched his sleeve as if to confirm he was solid. He stayed for all of it. He commented softly on the nodes people carried, some no larger than bracelets, others transported on improvised sleds. He noticed patterns, asked about craftsmanship, treated each one like it mattered because, in the field, it did. They built this from scrap? He murmured once, examining a lopsided ring stitched together with wire and charms. Yes, a volunteer replied. They said it hums if you sing near it. Hawthorne smiled faintly. That tracks. Not everyone left. A small group of elders refused evacuation outright. Born there, they said, lived there, said they would die here. They gave their nodes to their children and said their goodbyes. Hawthorne didn't argue. He listened. When an operations officer asked quietly if they should override the refusal, Hawthorne shook his head. "No," he said. "Mark their coordinates. Make sure they're counted. Don't erase anyone just because they won't run." Word of that spread faster than any broadcast. On the council capitol, Saren Talek sat amid overlapping feeds that no longer obeyed hierarchy. Union Hall streams, council tactical sensors, civilian uploads shaking with panic and defiance. He watched Argus empty itself back toward Vera in outbound streaks. He watched Soulgate 3 fill, and he watched council ships that should have been late, arrive early. His display chimed. Council participation in Vera response, 27% and rising. Talek closed his eyes. 27, he murmured. Already. He opened a secure channel. Authorized continued priority for Argus-bound hulls, he said. No delays, no audits until after impact. A pause. Counselor, a voice replied, strained. That exceeds. I am aware, Talek said. Make a note of it for the review board, if there is one. The channel closed. Talek leaned back, watching Hawthorne move through Soulgate 3's concourse like someone who did not need to be introduced. The man had sat in his study and dismantled a future before it was written. Now he stood at the threshold between annihilation and endurance, greeting refugees like neighbors. The thought unsettled Talek more than any fleet movement ever had. Back on Argus, Morgan Hale watched the clocks compress. One council destroyer cleared the station and immediately jumped ahead of a patrol group that had never stopped. Another followed, then another. Communicate the deltas, she said. No hype, just numbers. Yes, ma'am. This is going to redefine how they think about response time, an aide said quietly. It already has, Morgan replied. They're just catching up. She turned back to the arrivals board. Keep the bays open, she said. The council is not done sending ships yet. Between Soulgate 3 and Argus, between Union Hall threads and council panic, the galaxy was moving, not cleanly, not perfectly, but together. And for the first time in generations, the system that had been built to rule it was being forced to remember something simpler. When people are burning, the argument doesn't matter. Only who shows up. Chapter 12. Erased. The Vera system died slowly, not in fire, not in violence. It died in increments, star by star, orbital by orbital, as the purge's leading edge drifted through space like a thought that erased whatever finished forming beneath it. Union Hall feeds went quiet one at a time. A cropped city skyline froze mid-frame. A dock cam cut as a transport cleared its clamps. A shaky personal feed showed a family waving at someone just out of frame, then dissolved into static as the node behind them lost coherence. No explosion, no sound, just absence. Between Soulgate 3 and Argus, the evacuation clocks hit zero. They had known it would. Capacity had never been the problem. Distance was. Council fleets had taken the largest share. Bulk transports, colony haulers, ships meant to move populations instead of power. Civilian captains had emptied holds never designed for living beings. Entire trading routes had collapsed into one-way arcs away from Varia. The SDF had done what it did best: small, precise extractions. Medical cases, children separated from families, people trapped too deep for conventional traffic to reach. The numbers settled quickly, brutally. Hundreds of thousands saved, out of billions. No more ships reached the perimeter in time. And then the Varia system was gone. Not conquered, not destroyed, erased. Union Hall did not go silent, it reacted. Threads spiked, not with panic, but disbelief. People replaying feeds, comparing timestamps, staring at the empty coordinates where a living system had existed less than an hour before. Someone typed, "The star is gone." Another answered, "No, the map is." On Soulgate 3, Hawthorne stood at the edge of the arrival concourse, hands resting lightly on the railing, eyes fixed on a projection no one else wanted to look at. A clean, starless void where Variah had been. Behind him, the station hummed with life that should not have been there. Varian families wrapped in borrowed blankets, council crews sleeping in cargo bays they just emptied, children clustered around nodes that still glowed faintly, stubbornly, as if refusing to accept that home no longer mapped to a place. No one cheered. No one cried loudly. Grief arrived differently when it had permission. An SDF liaison approached, stopped a respectful distance away. "That's it," he said quietly. "Last confirmed extraction crossed threshold 12 minutes ago." Hawthorne nodded. "Good work," he said. It wasn't praise, it was acknowledgement. He didn't turn away from the empty star map as he tapped his implant. "Open Union Hall," he said. "Not broadcast priority, no override, just access." Union Hall expanded on its own. Millions of feeds remained active. People working, coordinating, comforting, repairing. Hawthorne's presence didn't replace them. A small window appeared at the edge of every screen. Him, standing still, watching the same absence they were. He didn't speak at first. Let the galaxy finish seeing what had happened. Let them connect the evacuation clocks, the missing feeds, the empty coordinates. When he did speak, his voice was low and unforced. "Variah is gone," Hawthorne said. "No softening, no qualifiers. We knew we couldn't reach everyone," he continued. "And still, hundreds of thousands are alive right now because you moved. Because council crews broke formation. Because civilians opened their holds. Because node builders refused to stop building even while they were running." On countless feeds, people looked up. "We don't get to pretend this was enough," Hawthorne said. "But we also don't get to erase what you just did." He exhaled once, steadying himself, not as a leader, just as a man who hated math that ended this way. "This is what the purge looks like when it arrives," he said. "No warning that matters, no negotiation, just the universe reduced by subtraction. A pause, then, and now it's here. No location mentioned. They already knew where he meant. Union Hall's background data streams shifted. The same distortion patterns that had swallowed Variah, registering closer. Far closer. Hawthorne lifted his gaze, eyes meeting the tiny cameras embedded across worlds he would never visit. "You've built something extraordinary," he said. "You built it for joy, for connection, for stubborn hope." He didn't grandstand, didn't shout. "And now that thing is reacting," he continued. "Not because I told it to, because you did." Behind him, off-screen, Soulgate 3's field stabilizers rose another notch as unseen engineers worked silently through impossible equations. "The purge came to destroy," Hawthorne said. "What it's about to encounter is response." He leaned in slightly, not rhetorical, just human. "We're not doing this alone," he said. "We never were." Then finally he said the words that changed Union Hall forever. Not as command, not as order, but as recognition. "It's time." The window stayed, the feeds kept running, and across the galaxy, hands tightened on node frames. Music resumed where it had faltered. Laughter cracked through fear, and something vast and untested began to answer back. Not to dominance, not to command, but to trillions of people deciding, together, that extinction would not go unchallenged. Chapter 13. The Line. Union Hall did not erupt when Hawthorne said, "It's time." It hesitated. For a fraction of a second, barely long enough for the system clocks to notice, nothing changed. Feeds continued. Threads scrolled. Translation buffers hummed along as if the galaxy were waiting for instructions that did not arrive. Then the nodes responded. Not uniformly, not dramatically, individually. On a river world, a public node mounted between two stone pillars began to hum. The sound so low it was felt more than heard. A dock worker paused mid-sentence, palm resting against the frame, brow furrowing. "Is yours doing that?" someone asked in Union Hall. On a dry agricultural moon, a family node brightened by a few percent, its surface warming beneath a child's fingers. On a half-finished station ring, a node assembly vibrated, micro-adjusting its angle without any command input. Union Hall tagged the first anomaly automatically. Node resonance variance detected. Then another, and another. Confusion bloomed. Not panic, not yet. Curiosity edged with unease. What does "it's time" mean? Is this a drill? Did anyone get an activation sequence? A human engineer typed into a shared technical channel, "There is no activation sequence." That should have settled it. It didn't, because the nodes kept changing. Light gathered at their cores, not flaring, not discharging, cohering. Thin lines of energy traced themselves along internal latticework, aligning structures that had never been synchronized before. Someone else typed, slower this time, I think they know." Across worlds, nodes lifted, not violently, not fast. A few centimeters at first, just enough for shadows to slip beneath them. Gravity compensated. Mounts disengaged without damage. Bolts loosened themselves as if relieved to be unnecessary. Then the beams appeared. Hair-thin filaments of light extended outward from each node, searching, adjusting, correcting, until they touched. Contact. Across millions of kilometers, beams connected. Across star systems, the lattice formed. Union Hall's background data streams spiked hard enough to trigger emergency dampening. And somewhere beyond the rim of known space, the purge reacted. No explosion, no roar, just motion. The vast, erasing distortion that had swallowed Viraya altered its course, not abruptly, but decisively. Its leading edge curved inward, trajectory tightening as if drawn by tension it could not ignore. Union Hall's predictive overlay recalculated. Once, twice, then locked. Vector shift confirmed. Destination, Sol. The galaxy went very, very quiet. Someone broke it first. "Well," a human wrote, "that feels personal." Another replied, "Guess it doesn't like being stared at." A third added darker, "Or maybe it just noticed where the troublemakers live." Technical feeds flooded in beneath the humor, velocity estimates, mass distribution, energy gradients that made no sense and still returned the same answer. Time to intercept, 12 hours. No jump signature, no phase displacement. It was coming. Reality followed swiftly behind. Earth evacuation capacity was gone. 90% of transport tonnage had been burned, saving Viraya's people. Ships emptied, damaged, scattered across refuel corridors light years away. Council fleets were out of range. The closest task groups would arrive days too late. SDF phase systems were spent, saturated beyond safety margins. Cool-down estimates measured in weeks. Union Hall flagged the conclusion before anyone said it aloud. No external intervention possible. Someone typed, "So that's it?" Another answered, "No, that's just the math." On Soulgate 3, Hawthorne stood exactly where he had been before, eyes fixed on the projection, as if staring long enough might force it to blink. He opened Union Hall again, not as override, not as command, just presence. His window appeared at the edge of every screen. "Earth will not evacuate," he said calmly. "There's nothing left to evacuate with." No outrage followed, no argument, only understanding. "This is the line," Hawthorne continued. "Humanity will hold it as long as it can." Somewhere in Union Hall, Admiral Keth saw the timer. He didn't hesitate. "Morgan Hale, get out of there. Now." The reply came almost instantly. "Morgan Hale, can't. Nodes are anchored. Someone has to stay." Keth's fingers tightened around the console. "At Morgan Hale, I'm en route." Several observers marked his vector, calculated the distance, said nothing. Morgan knew. So did he. The hours passed. 12 hours. Union Hall was loud again, but differently. Humans explained phase burnout to anyone who asked. Engineers joked about fried math. Someone posted a picture of a coffee mug with "End of the Universe" scribbled on it. 8 hours. Cities on Earth glowed steadily. No riots, no screaming feeds. People gathered, some laughed too loudly, some didn't speak at all. "4 hours. The nodes hummed in harmony now, beams thickening, stabilizing. The purge's surface distorted, resisting, adapting. 1 hour. The jokes stopped. Messages shortened. Goodbyes appeared without being announced. Hawthorne didn't move. Neither did the nodes. A familiar name entered the thread at Union Hall at Galactic Council. President Hawthorne. If this is the line, know that the council will remember who held it. When the purge crossed the soul boundary, every sensor screamed once, and then went dark. Human feeds vanished, not exploded, not severed, just gone. Union Hall remained, the lattice held, and the galaxy stared at the place where humanity had stood, waiting to see if the line would break. Chapter 14. The Silence. It happened in a single instant. The purge entered Sol. Every drone feed went black. Every comm channel flattened. Every civilian broadcast cut mid-syllable. Every engineering readout froze. Every human voice in Union Hall vanished. For 3 seconds, the entire galaxy stared at their screens, waiting for a flicker, a glitch, a reboot. Then reality settled in. They were gone. A scream rose in one distant thread. Someone else began to wail in another. On a distant moon, a group of children began crying when their favorite human tutor feed cut off mid-lesson. On world after world, node frames dimmed as grief suffocated joy. The galaxy entered mourning. Cities dimmed their lights, temples filled. Whole communities gathered in silence around newly activated nodes, some holding candles, some singing broken songs, some just kneeling in shock. And through all of it, Union Hall endured. Humanity had designed it that way. No central server, no single point of failure, no dependence on Sol schematics distributed everywhere, nodes acting as independent anchors. It lived because they meant it to. For 7 days, the galaxy kept sending messages towards Sol. "We're here. Please respond. President Hawthorne? Morgan Hale? Anyone?" Silence answered every time. Union Hall, normally a living thing of a trillion voices, went still in an instant. No human messages, no orbit feeds from Sol, no background chatter from Earth stations. No jokes, no updates, no complaints from Argus, no Morgan forwarding hull damage reports, just dark icons where human users used to be. Across the galaxy, in thousands of languages, the same quiet realization spread. They're gone. Entire worlds simply stopped what they were doing. On the ocean moon Anavel, workers in pressure suits stood at the edge of their platforms, staring at the silent node glowing dimly beside them. On the ice colonies of Vera, newly evacuated, sorrow still raw, residents bowed their heads as one. Ships powered down their engines, cities dimmed their skylines. A galaxy that had been laughing at tantrum fireworks only weeks ago now let stillness settle like dust. No one issued orders. Grief issued itself. Day 2. Disbelief. Vigils formed, not organized, just gatherings of people who could not bear to be alone. On a desert world, 100 merchants sat shoulder to shoulder in a sand-swept courtyard lit by soft lamplight. On a drifting station near the Galactic Rim, the station master played an old human clip of Hawthorne lifting an alien child onto his shoulders. He looped it quietly, letting it flicker like candlelight. Some species prayed, some meditated, some simply stared into the dark, waiting for something, anything from Saul. Nothing came. Day 3, Stories. Someone in Union Hall posted the first memory. When humans boarded our ship, they brought snacks. We were firing at them, and they brought snacks. A second memory followed, then a third, then thousands. People remembered the boarding teams with care packages, the chocolate, the station guides handing out drinks, the impossibly calm woman named Morgan who treated warships like misbehaving teenagers, the child on Hawthorne's shoulders, the t-shirts, the laughter, the absurdity, the kindness. One council captain said that humans brought him a delicacy from his home planet, only known by those in that region. His favorite vendor had retired, but the humans found his granddaughter. Known space flooded with stories, small ones, clumsy ones, profound ones. Someone posted a photo of their ship after humans returned it with upgraded thrusters. Caption: "They made us better. We didn't deserve it." Another user shared how a human technician had taught their son how to whistle. Someone else posted a still frame of Earth's sky during a council volley, a green torpedo flare curving beautifully against clouds. Caption: "They turned war into weather." Day 4, the singing begins. The first voice began on a mining moon orbiting a brown dwarf. A single worker sitting on a crate under dim lights hummed a melody humans once shared. "Oh, say, can you see?" He didn't know the next line. Someone on a water world joined with their own line, long and wavering, carried through water chambers in a haunting chorus. At the twilight's last gleaming. In a dusty frontier colony, a family gathered around a node frame and sang the only words they remembered, "And the rocket's red glare." The galaxy did not know the whole anthem. It knew pieces, shards, fragments, taught to them by human friends. So they sang those pieces, and those pieces were enough to break hearts. Day 5, Old Glory. 5 days. That was how long it took before the galaxy could breathe again. And then quietly, beautifully, something changed. Screens across known space, not all at once, but gradually like morning light, flickered from black to a single image, the American flag. Stripes imperfect, stars uneven, colors slightly wrong on some worlds, but unmistakable. No one coordinated this. Dozens of species reconstructed the image from memory, from sketches made during visits to Argus, from human archives, from children's drawings saved on datapads. They called it what humans called it, Old Glory. On the mid-rim world of Yel Sai, a lone scholar of Terran culture sat on a balcony at dusk, datapad in hand. For days he had been studying a single human lyric he never understood. And our flag was still there. Why would a species sing about a flag surviving? What obsession, what stubbornness, what defiant spirit created such a line? Then he looked up. Every screen in the city, on storefronts, towers, hovering above transport lanes, displayed Old Glory rippling softly against black. The scholar froze. His breath broke. His throat closed. He whispered, voice cracking, "Stubborn humans, it's still there." And he began to cry. Not quietly, not politely. He sobbed as if the sky itself had split open. Others around him saw the flag and wept with him. Day 6, Grief Shared. Entire planets held ceremonies. On a storm world with electric clouds, citizens constructed a giant node-shaped lantern and released it into the sky, where lightning wrapped around it like a protective arm. On a deep space relay station, an engineer projected the human flag across the hull, letting passing ships see it like a beacon. On Keth's flagship, every officer stood at attention for a full minute. No orders, no announcement, just silence. On Vedris, Ina Tor placed a small square of chocolate at the base of her node and whispered something in her native tongue. Her grandchildren mimicked her, leaving tiny, hand-drawn paper flags. Union Hall became a memorial. Thousands of alien languages filled the screen in waves. Thank you, humans. We remember you. We will finish this work. We wish we had listened sooner. The nodes pulsed dimly, echoing the sorrow. Day 7, out of grief too large for words. The final day was softer, heavier, the kind of grief that stops being sharp and becomes an ache that fills every breath. Worlds dim their lights. Ships align themselves towards Sol. Millions whispered goodbyes into silent nodes. Across the galaxy, people gathered around their nodes, touching them, singing, praying, grieving. Not because anyone told them to, because nothing had ever felt this heavy. Across Union Hall, across the corridors of 100,000 stations, across the sands and oceans and ice fields of 1,000 worlds, the same solemn truth settled over all of them. Humanity was gone, and no one knew how to fill that void. Chapter 15: Glitches in a Living Network. Union Hall was never meant to be quiet. It had been born loud, built to carry a galaxy's worth of voices without dropping any. When humanity first pushed it live, the hall bloomed into existence like a sudden city. Millions of anonymous doors opening at once, conversations threading across light years as if they were just different corners of the same plaza. Even after Sol went dark, the hall did not die. Humans had designed it to survive them. The core logic of Union Hall wasn't in a server farm on Earth or a single relay buoy in Sol. It was smeared across the galaxy. Encrypted fragments braided into node rings, encoded in resonance patterns, hidden in the very protocols people used to talk. The more nodes the galaxy built, the harder it became to silence. When the humans died, the hall simply adjusted. Traffic dropped, tone shifted, but it carried on. The galaxy had learned how to talk to itself. It wasn't going to stop. In the 7 days after Sol went silent, the hall became half utility, half shrine. People still used it to coordinate construction, logistics, science. Node schematics were updated, patched, iterated. Engineers argued. Artists shared designs for decorative frames. Children uploaded drawings of what they imagined humans looked like. But there were also memorial channels. Hashtag for Sol, hashtag for the station in the light, hashtag they tried to save us. People posted stories. Someone started a thread called "The First Time I Heard a Human Laugh," and it exploded into thousands of replies. Another channel streamed soft music 20 hours a day because someone thought the humans would have liked it. The hall, which had been a weapon against isolation, became a way to manage grief. It did it well. So when it twitched, the galaxy noticed. A glitch on a farming world. On a small, temperate world whose local name translated roughly to Greenfold, a farmer stared at the Union Hall unit bolted to the corner of her kitchen. The unit was a second-hand slab of composite with a scratched interface, purchased originally so her kids could listen to music while doing chores. It now showed a mix of crop exchange boards, weather updates, and hall channels related to node building. She spooned a thick grain porridge into bowls as the interface scrolled. Then it hiccuped. Just a tiny thing, a one-frame blink, like a page refresh. Nothing dramatic. None of the boards went down, no error warnings flashed, but a small line appeared at the bottom of the interface. CoreNet root update, Sol link mesh active. She frowned. She wasn't an engineer, but she had read enough to know one word in there intimately: Saul. Must be a diagnostic echo, she muttered. Old label, bad cache. She tapped the corner of the slab to open the notice. It refused to open. It was just there. A silent notification the hall didn't feel like elaborating on yet. She stared at it for a few seconds, then sighed, grabbed the bowls, and yelled into the next room. Breakfast, and if you don't come now, I'm eating your portions myself. The notification blinked once, then again, then stayed. The engineer who didn't believe in ghosts. On a high-gravity station in orbit around a gas giant, in a maintenance bay that smelled like hot metal and cheap coffee, a systems tech named Hijacked squinted at his console. He did believe in ghosts, if anyone asked, specifically the kind that lived in wiring harnesses and vented their anger by frying your stabilizers at the worst possible time. But this wasn't that kind of ghost. Union Hall feed blip? He said out loud to no one. The bay's only other occupant, a spherical repair drone that whirred contentedly as it reassembled a coolant manifold, offered no opinion. Hijacked drew the main hall console window taller. A small status line in the corner flickered. Global routing table. Sol ARM nodes rejoined. Yeah, that's wrong, he said flatly. He opened the routing table. The ARM labeled Sol was supposed to be gray, like a limb in a diagram that had been amputated. For 7 days it had been. Now it was pulsing faintly green. He checked the timestamps. No delayed log, no stale data. Okay, he murmured. Okay, but no. He opened a comm line to the station's network admin channel. Anyone else seeing hall routes claiming Sol's back online? Negative, check your local cache. I did, it's clean. Probably some pre-event table replicating. Clear and resync. He cleared and resynced. The Sol arm blinked out. Hijacked exhaled in satisfaction. Then it blinked back, brighter. Okay, he said slowly. Now you're just being creepy. He opened a diagnostic window and pinned it to the side of his workspace. He tried to get back to the coolant manifold's power draw. His eyes kept darting back to that softly glowing word. S-O-L. The unnamed alien at the kiosk. On a world that no one outside its own star cluster ever talked about, a modest town had installed its first public Union Hall kiosk 3 days after the humans died. They had done it not as a memorial, but as a promise. We will keep building. We will keep talking. We will not let your work end here. The kiosk stood under a canopy of dull blue leaves in the town square. People came to check messages, read news from other worlds, and argue about the best way to polish the node housing they were building in the next field over. This morning, an older citizen with worn hands and tired eyes tapped the screen out of habit. The hall loaded. The usual channels appeared, but something new floated at the top of the list, tagged with a tiny star icon indicating a system-level feed. 728 new messages. They didn't normally click engineering channels. Most of it made their head hurt. But today, curiosity nudged a finger. They tapped. Lines of dense technical chatter scrolled by. Node harmonics, phase offsets, cross-arm synchronization logs. Then a username caught their eye. Their breath hitched. They read the attached line. Horizon event log dump is incomplete. Cross-referencing with external sensors. Any non-Sol arrays reporting rebound trajectory? The words didn't sink in all at once. First, Sol, then Horizon, then Rebound. Their throat went dry. They tapped to expand the thread. More lines. We have partial deep field readings. Something hit your horizon. Hard. Beam signature consistent with purge. Agreed. Our internal instruments recorded impact. Outbound channels collapsed for approximately 7 cycles. Internal continuity maintained. Translation for non-specialists, we got punched. Hard. Thank you, Lab 03. Very professional. Another line. We're tracking purge mass moving away from your position. Vector drift points towards sparsely populated outer arm. No biosphere pings along projected path. Sparsely populated is doing a lot of work there. We'll verify. Acknowledged. We only say this. It is not coming back toward you. The citizen's vision blurred. They blinked tears away with a frustrated swipe of fingers. They stared at the top of the thread, at that one line of ID text. SOLENGCORE. They didn't realize they'd leaned close to the screen until their forehead nearly touched it. Humans? They whispered. Chapter 16. The Voices Return. Their voice didn't go into the hall, it went into the empty plaza. They swallowed, forced their hands steady, and typed into the global channel input. User local 417. Humans? Are you alive? They hit send before they could overthink it. The message went spinning out into a galaxy that did not yet know how much it was about to change. Again. The first answer. The reply came fast enough that for a second they thought they'd misread the delay. A new line appeared beneath their message. Solops Liaison. We're here. We're alive. And very sorry we scared you. The words might as well have detonated. Their knees went weak. They sank slowly onto the bench beside the kiosk, hands shaking. They read the reply again, and again, and then a third time, as if the hall might revoke it. Their hand found the reply field almost on its own. User local 417. We thought you were gone. User local 417. We sang for you. Somewhere in Saul, a human whose real name did not matter to the story smiled at a screen. Solops Liaison. We saw some of that in delayed feed when we came back. It meant a lot. Solops Liaison. Thank you. We're still putting the pieces together, but we are okay. The citizen laughed and sobbed at the same time. Their neighbors walking into the square found them like that, clutching the sides of the bench, tears on their face, smiling like someone who had just realized the universe still had a sense of mercy. They dragged them into a hug without even asking why. The kiosk screen glowed quietly beside them, more messages piling in. Vedris wakes up. On Vedris, Ina Tor's workshop console chimed with new hall activity. She ignored it for exactly 3 seconds. Her discipline lasted that long. Her curiosity never did. She pushed her goggles up, wiped a streak of dust from her face, and poked the accept key. A flood of messages from the engineering channel unfolded. Her eye went straight to a familiar pattern of shorthand, tight and precise. Saul scripting. She almost stopped breathing. Ina, if you're still monitoring, horizon deflection values match your early projections within 3%. Congratulations, you were scarily right. Her stylus clattered to the floor. Hall, she croaked, is that live? The hall, being a machine, did not answer with words. Its answer was the time code, current. The message was now, not archived, not delayed. Another line popped in. Also, we owe you chocolate, lots of it. Her grandchildren, busy carving aesthetic motifs into a node housing in the corner of the workshop, looked up. Gran? One of them asked. What is it? Ina pressed her hands over her face. For a moment, the proud physicist, the node specialist, dissolved. When she dropped her hands, her eyes were blazing. Get in here, she barked. Now, all of you. The humans are back, and they owe me candy. The kids whooped. Her daughter sagged against a support beam in relief, both hands on her very round, very active belly. The node in the center of the workshop flickered, its resonance spiking softly as joy washed through the room. Ina did not notice the bump in its output. Later she would. A busy galaxy only half listening. Not everyone saw the messages. Workers on construction scaffolds around new nodes were too busy not falling to their desks to check hall feeds. Miners 3 hours into an 8-hour drill cycle didn't think to glance at their wrist displays. On a cold world where the Union node was still in pieces, volunteers were kneeling in the dirt, fitting carved segments into a ring, arguing about whether the symbols should be geometric or organic. They didn't see Sol tags blink online. They didn't see the engineers talk. They didn't see Ina's grandchildren shouting with glee. Not yet. The galaxy had become an organism in motion, and motion did not stop easily. On a station full of refugees from a saved but lost system, a woman ladling soup into bowls didn't notice that the hall screen in the corner was updating. She only noticed that one of the kids in line suddenly burst into tears and laughter at once. She assumed it was exhaustion. It wasn't. Human humor leaks back into the hall. On the global mainboard, a general use channel tagged #TalkHere lit up with a new message from a human user ID that had been gray for 7 days. Sol Civ 28. So, what did we miss? Responses tumbled in. Rim Miner 09. Everything. We thought you were dead. Core Station User 7. Some of us still are not entirely convinced you're not ghosts. Sol Civ 28. If this is the afterlife, the coffee is way worse than advertised. Someone on a distant entertainment hub posted, Hub DJ3. We held a vigil where we played your old music for 6 hours. Sol Civ 28. 6 hours? That's a short set where we're from. Hub DJ3. I think I love you. Laughter emojis from a dozen species drowned the thread. A different human dropped into a channel dedicated to node art. You all made our stuff look bad. These designs are incredible. Shut up, we copied your early ones. Good. That's how art works. Little by little, the hall's tone shifted. The heavy, muffled echo of mourning gave way to something new. Relief so sharp it almost hurt. Joy trying to remember how to move. Jokes that came out too loud and then collapsed into tears. The president will explain. Questions kept piling in. Was it true? Did you really think you might die? Yes. And you did it anyway? That's the job. Where were you? We saw the purge hit your system and then nothing. Long answer. Weird physics in a barrier we still don't fully understand. Short answer. Inside the horizon, getting shaken like a snow globe. Someone added, President Hawthorne will make a full statement soon. Please be patient. We want everyone to hear it at once. Everyone? As in everyone. You're going to hijack the galaxy again, aren't you? You seemed to like it last time. I liked it more when I thought you weren't dead. Noted. Screens across the Milky Way began quietly updating. Presidential address from Earth. Scheduled. No time showed yet, just the promise. A last hijack. A last global interruption. This time not to say, we're trapped, but to say, still here. The two worlds of Union Hall. A strange duality took hold. For those sitting in front of screens, the universe had turned upside down again. They were staring at live human text, laughing at live human jokes, and watching Sol engineers argue in real time. For those outside, on ladders tightening node bolts, in fields planting, in kitchens cooking, in cramped bunks sleeping, nothing had changed yet. On some worlds, rumors outran the official posts. Someone in town said the humans are alive. That can't be right. My cousin said they saw their last message. No, they're talking in the hall right now, I saw. On others, the hall didn't even have a screen big enough for crowds yet. People gathered around tiny handsets, passing them back and forth like sacred relics. The galaxy was a pot about to boil over. It just needed the burner turned that last little bit. Chapter 17. A Galaxy Simmering. The feed was scrolling fast, too fast to read everything. But there, between argument threads and logistics chatter, she saw it. Sol Ops Liaison, Sol Eng Core, Sol Civ 12. Her chest tightened. "Put it on main," she said quietly. The tech at the console nodded, tapped. A composite view popped up. Selected lines from high-traffic channels, local language translations cascading beneath. River World User 7. "We thought you were gone." Sol Civ 03. Same. For what it's worth, being possibly about to stop existing was not our favorite part of the week. Vadris Eng 11. "We kept your nodes warm for you." Sol Eng Core. "We saw. Thank you. You've improved some of our designs, by the way. We're stealing them." Humor Channel 23. "It's not stealing if you gave us the schematics first." Sol Eng Core. "It's collaborative piracy." A laugh broke out across the ops center, half nerves, half joy. Morgan's eyes stung. She turned away from the screen for a moment, pretending to consult a status board. When she turned back, she said, "Route an alert to all tenant hubs. No specifics yet, just Sol communication restored. Presidential address pending." "How pending?" someone asked. She watched the tiny indicator in the hall interface blink, waiting for an update from ops. A system message appeared. "Global license. Earth.exec official reconfirmed." Morgan smiled slowly. "He's going to hijack them again," she said. For the first time in a week, no one complained. The quiet before the hijack. Across the Milky Way, Union Hall's shared interface began to shift. On many worlds, small banners appeared at the top of a user's view. Earth Executive Priority Broadcast. Preparing. Some people cheered on the spot. Others stared, afraid to believe. On Greenfold, the farmer in her kitchen glanced back at her slab between dishes and saw the banner. Her children were outside arguing about whose turn it was to scrape moss off the node base. "Kids," she called, "when you're done, come inside. You'll want to see this." "See what?" one shouted back. She looked at the Sol tag glowing in the corner of the screen. "History," she said. They didn't hear her. They were laughing too loudly, flicking bits of moss at each other like idiots. That was fine. They would find out soon enough. On Vadris, Ina sent a message to her extended family. "Ina, everyone come over. Bring snacks. The humans are about to yell at us lovingly again." On a cold rim station, a worker set a wrench down, wiped grease on their pants, and walked slowly toward the common room, following the murmur of gathering voices. On a luxury liner, the captain ordered all entertainment systems paused. On a prison barge, a guard wordlessly turned the hall display toward the cells. On 1,000 worlds, people drifted toward whatever screens they had. Full-wall projections, tiny handsets, grainy public slabs, shimmering node holograms. Not everyone, not yet. Some would still be sleeping, or deep in a reactor shaft, or off-planet in a shuttle with no live feed. But every second, more eyes turned toward the invisible center of the galaxy, toward Earth, toward the man who had once called them my fellow citizens of the Milky Way galaxy, and then gone silent. Chapter 18. The galaxy detonates with joy. Union Hall's color palette dimmed slightly as the system reallocated bandwidth, quietly preparing for a network event on a scale very few engineers had ever dared to design for twice. In one quiet corner channel, a human technician typed, "If this crashes, I'm changing my name and moving to a rock with no comms." "It won't crash." "How can you be sure?" "Because they need this, and we built it for what they need." The message scrolled up out of sight. The banners on screens across the galaxy shifted again. Initiating. The hall's background hum dipped. A moment later, every device tied into Union Hall, every kiosk, every slab, every node-linked panel, every improvised projector in a rough refugee camp went dark, then bright. And at the center of every view, a man, a suit, a flag in red, white, and blue. Peter Hawthorne looked into the heart of the Milky Way, and for the second and last time in history, he hijacked an entire galaxy. He smiled, tired and alive and impossibly calm, and said, "My fellow citizens of the Milky Way galaxy, the news of humanity's demise has been greatly exaggerated." For a full heartbeat after President Peter Hawthorne delivered the line, "The news of humanity's demise has been greatly exaggerated," the galaxy held its breath like a child afraid to blink. It was shock at first, then screams, then shouting, then musicians began playing, as if he was a wounded hero returned from battle. The American president and the humans themselves had become a galaxy-wide cultural phenomenon, and they were back. People began to celebrate, not from one world, not one people, not one quadrant, but all of them, at once. A sonic tidal wave of emotion rolled across star systems and burst like fireworks through Union Hall nodes. It was the kind of sound a galaxy makes only once every few billion years. A roar built from relief, grief melting into joy, laughter through tears, triumph without victory, love for strangers, love for hope. The Milky Way's heartbeat returned, and it was deafening. Some cried too. On Vedras, the world of crystal jungles. Ina Tor, grandmother, retired physicist, stubborn, brilliant, felt her knees weaken. Her daughter, swollen with new life, steadied her with both hands. "Mom, they're alive," she whispered. Ina nodded. She didn't trust her voice. She pulled her pregnant daughter into her arms. The unborn child inside her radiated warmth. Node sensors around the city flickered in response. Life recognizing life. Creation recognizing creation. On a mining outpost in the belt, the group of kids who had run their node harder than some planetary grids all week burst into cheers so loud they nearly tripped the noise limiter. The mining foreman, big, scarred, quiet, lifted two kids at once and spun in a circle. "See?" he shouted. "I told you the humans don't die easy." On the desert world of Iran, wind-shrouded caravans stopped as messengers sprinted back and forth across dunes, shouting, "They're alive! Humanity lives! The builders return!" Nomads beat drums until the sand quivered. Dancers poured from tents. A celebration older than the dunes ignited under the burning sun. On the water city of Thalastu, a singer dove from a floating stage into the glowing tides as her people chanted Hawthorne's name in a dozen harmonies. She emerged laughing and crying, hair slicked back, shouting to the sky, "They live! They live!" On a holy world of monastics, the monks, silent for decades, broke their vow spontaneously. The first word any of them spoke in 20 years, humanity. On a city-sized freighter out in the drift, freight crews abandoned entire cargo lines mid-load. Aliens who had once seen humans as primitive slammed their helmets together in celebration like old soldiers. One crew member shouted, "I don't even like humans, but I love humans." Union nodes start glowing across the galaxy. As the galaxy's emotional wave rose, Union field nodes, thousands upon thousands of them, began to light up. Not from electricity, not from radiation, from pure emotional resonance. Joy, hope, belief. It surged through the lattice of the Milky Way. Children laughed. Artists drew exploding stars and smiling humans. Musicians improvised riffs dedicated to the people who came back. Pregnant women stood near nodes and smiled as their readings spiked sky high. Every positive emotion amplified the field. Every heart added power. Union Hall, detonation. Chats exploded so quickly that timestamps blurred. Channels overflowed. "They're okay, they're okay, they're okay." "I haven't stopped crying for 6 minutes. I'm making a cake, nobody stop me." Nodes are overloading. Oh God, this is amazing. Mr. Hawthorne, can we have ice cream now? Humans appeared in multiple channels, laughing, typing rapid fire. Okay, we see your messages. We're fine. We weren't dead, just buffering. Please stop crying. You're gonna make me cry. Aliens screamed back with love. Never do that again. I order you to stop almost dying. We sang for you every day. We burned incense and prayed. You owe us stories. No one moderated. No one stopped the flood. The galaxy had become a single crowd, a single family, a single voice. Chapter 19, The Galaxy Strengthens. Far across the galaxy, where stars were sparse and quiet, the purge drifted silently forward. It had never slowed. It had never sped up. It had never swerved. It had been knocked off course, once, by the inverted horizon. When Admiral Keth's fleet first showed up to Sol, he broke the barrier. But the inverted horizon was still there, just fractured slightly enough to free the humans. The purge continued toward the uninhabited outer arm. Alone, unaffected, unaware. The galaxy's joy washed through the Union field like lightning and traveled outward, faster than any ship, faster than any transmission, not as a wave of energy, but as a wave of meaning. Not as heat, not as matter, but as creation. Something the purge had never encountered, something opposite to its nature, yet compatible with its essence. It was about to encounter real resistance for the first time in history. Union Hall. The visuals inside Union Hall shifted rapidly as emotional energy reached a threshold no one had ever seen. The nodes began to hum, at first softly, then louder. Then suddenly, the Union field ignited. A galaxy-spanning pulse lit every node at once, a synchronized flash of light brighter than the combined effort of 1 trillion stars. Every Union Hall channel flickered. The board surged with warning signals interlaced with celebration alerts. Node surge detected. Harmonic resonance spike. Union field activation. Positive emotion. Stand by, this is good. Really good. Engineers panicked in excitement. Oh my God, it's working! 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 Is this safe? No idea, but it's beautiful. The field is singing. Pregnant readings are off the charts. Oh, stars. Look, Mom, the node is glowing. Every world lit up. Every system hummed. Every being felt the connection. The galaxy had become a choir. The purge far across the Milky Way, far beyond any inhabited system, the purge drifted in silent darkness, still on its course toward the uninhabited arm. It did not turn. It did not react. But something touched it. Not energy, not force. Something more ancient and more powerful. Meaning. The pulse of creation reached it, like sunlight touching a void. And for the first time since the universe formed, the purge shivered. Chapter 20. The Union field web brightens. President Hawthorne remained on screen, but now he stepped back, the camera widening, revealing the Earth Command Center behind him. A breathtaking, multi-tiered operations hub, whose scale and precision make the oldest council chambers look like a village town hall. Holographic star charts rotate in midair. Technicians glide between floating consoles. Dozens of species watch from worlds across the galaxy, silent. Hawthorne raises a hand, signaling that he wants to speak plainly, and then, "Before we go any further, let me explain why we're alive." The galaxy leans in. He gestures to a rotating simulation behind him, the Sol system, the inverted horizon, and the purge's collision path. When the purge struck us, it hit the inverted horizon first. That structure, the same one that trapped us for centuries, absorbed the initial impact. He pauses. His staff listens too. Many of them nearly died 7 days ago. It bounced off. A whisper moves through billions of minds. Our scientists believe the horizon acted as a reflective barrier. It redirected the purge toward the outer arm, an uninhabited region. He points to a new holographic overlay showing the purge now drifting far from inhabited systems. The horizon was destroyed in the process. We're open to the galaxy now permanently. His expression softens. Your shock, your grief, your outrage, your hope. We felt it when the connection returned. Union Hall came back online instantly. Your voices reached us. He breathes in, steady and calm. But I want to assure you, we're alive because of physics and a little bit of luck. He is about to continue when, Mr. President, a young technician calls out from a lower station, voice cracking. Sir, we have a developing situation. Hawthorne turns. Go ahead. We're registering massive energy fluctuations across everywhere. Union field harmonics are spiking. Put it on the main array. The holographic galaxy zooms outward. Millions of tiny pulses ignite across thousands of systems. Hawthorne's chief science officer, Dr. Mercer, steps forward, eyes wide. This shouldn't be possible. Sir, I'm reading simultaneous resonance peaks at almost every active node. Hawthorne blinks. From what? Mercer hesitates, overwhelmed. From them, from the galaxy, from everyone cheering. Hawthorne turns back to the camera. His voice is quiet, but not fearful, amazed. That wave of emotion you just unleashed? You activated a Union field failsafe that had a statistical activation probability of, she taps a display, 0.000003%. The galaxy murmurs. Hawthorne laughs softly, one breath of disbelief. Of course you did. He steps aside just enough so the galaxy sees the full holographic display. Nodes igniting, lines of light forming, systems joining hands. Hawthorne narrates in real time. We're seeing spontaneous alignment. Nodes are resonating with one another, across sectors, across arms. This isn't human-led, this is you, all of you. Dr. Mercer interrupts again. Sir, charge levels are rising exponentially. We're looking at least 10 orders of magnitude above baseline. The map erupts in new pathways, some straight, some crooked, some beautiful, some handmade and awkward, everyone glowing white. Hawthorne puts a hand on the console beside him and leans closer to the feed. We designed the field to respond to creation, to joy, to unity. His eyes move across the data in utter awe. But this is the whole galaxy doing it at once. All around the galaxy, children play, pregnant women smile, artists paint, families cook meals, couples embrace, people laugh, students finish science projects, friends share stories, strangers help each other, communities celebrate, whole crowds cry in relief, and every act of creation feeds the field. Mercer turns sharply toward Hawthorne. Sir, nodes on 15,000 worlds just lifted off the ground. Show it. The holomap updates. Beams of white light connect world to world, forming a cosmic web visible even from planets' surfaces during daylight. A child on a distant world grabs his mother's hand. Mom, what is that? She stared at the glowing streak in the sky, brighter than moons, brighter than auroras. It's us, honey, all of us. Across the command center, another technician shouts. Nodes are adjusting orientation. They're turning toward the purge. Mercer gasps. Oh my God, they're charging. Hawthorne steps forward, voice steady and strong. We are at the endgame. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. The energy builds. Every beam converges on a single point. The field begins preparing to fire. And Hawthorne, eyes shining with pride and certainty, speaks the last line the galaxy hears before the shot. It's working. Chapter 21. Union Hall detonates with life. The moment Hawthorne says, "It's working," Union Hall doesn't just activate, it erupts. A trillion voices slam into existence at once. The platform straining, but never breaking. Messages stream by faster than light, faster than thought. Screens across the galaxy fill with scrolling text, holograms, emojis, icons, and species-specific symbols that mean everything from joy to panic to "holy shit" in 1,000 languages. And the galaxy's collective reaction looks like the universe's largest group chat on crack. Union Hall chatter begins. What did he just say? They bounced it off a wall? Jax of Sipter. Bro, we're back online. Humans are back online. Nobody panic. Panic a little. Vreetil Hive Collective. We are experiencing excitement. This is new. Human Meme Lord 09. Who had humans return from the dead on they bingo card? First time better. I bet that the purge would bounce off the inverted horizon. I put $1,000 credits in. Odds were 0.0001%. Shocked Human 23. You're going to be a billionaire when this is over. First time better. Oh my. Kaler Pilot. Dude, I knew they weren't dead. Humans don't die, they just respawn. 80. Please refrain from comment blocked due to 9,004 laughing reactions. Human smartass. Think the council could have helped with this? Vorth Tech. Maybe if we filled out a form 10,000 years ago. Human smartass 2. With the proper ink color. Human smartass 3. In triplicate. Keth makes his move. Incoming connection. Vor Keth Fleet ID 004. Keth's image appears. Disheveled, frantic, determined. Vorketh Fleet ID 004. Is it true? Are you alive? Is Morgan Hale safe? Where is she? I'm en route. I don't care what anyone says. 1,000 heart emojis from alien species flood the chat. Some shaped like cubes, some glowing, some dripping. Human techie. Admiral Keth, bro, try not to crash into something, okay? Space cops are busy. Keth, I do not care about the space cops. Random human, go get her, king. The nodes begin to move. All across Union Hall, new streams begin pouring in. Station Beta Sector 5. The beam just shot past our station, posting video now. Holy stars. A shaky, excited hollow upload appears, a blinding white ribbon arching across the sky. Kid wearing human flag shirt. It went over my house. I could feel the air shake. Dome City resident 112. Oh my gee, same, it rattled my teapot. Confused elder alien 42. Is this safe? Is this safe? Human scientist. Depends what you call safe, but yeah, probably mostly, we think. The first pilot to get hit posts footage. A new window explodes open in the feed. Star Runner Gylo Fex. Hey, the beam hit my ship. Union Hall goes dead silent for 0.3 seconds. A galaxy record. Gylo Fex. I thought I died, but it just went through me? A replay shows the beam phasing through his ship like light through smoke, illuminating everything, but harming nothing. Human engineer. It's a creation energy discharge. Shouldn't hurt anything alive or anything built with good intentions. Theoretically, probably, we hope. Random citizen. Is the purge alive? Human engineer. We have no idea. Skeptical alien. That's not comforting. Human engineer. Welcome to our life. The galaxy starts posting their skies. Jovari Art Clan. Look at our sky. Look, look, look. They post a video. A white beam splitting the drizzle of a rainy alien world. Nestling 112. My mom says it looks like a god being born. Human boy, your mom is metal. AF teacher from Luca 9. Kids in my class are screaming. They think this is better than the Soul fireworks thing. Human boy, it is though. Teen from Amina Prime. Posting our beam, it looks like a crooked noodle, LOL, but it works. Union Hall commenter. Let all nodes be beautiful noodles. The galaxy realizes it is a weapon of creation. Alphan biologist. This isn't destructive energy, this is catalytic constructive, like it's rewriting vacuum physics. Human. Yep, that's what we built. Neat, right? Fourth commander. Wait, is it going to kill the purge? Human tech. We don't know about kill, but it's definitely going to change it. Amina Prime scholar. Change it into what? Human tech. No clue, but we know one thing. Human Meme Lord 09. It ain't gonna like it. Union Hall main feed. Bro, I think it's about to fire. Others. Clip it, clip it, clip it. Post your angle. Show your sky station POV, ship POV, ground POV, metro POV. We want all of it. Vorketh Fleet ID 004. I can see the convergence forming. I'm almost at Sol. I have to see her. Commenters. King, go get your woman. Human operator. Everyone get ready. It's about to fire. Gylofex. Do it. Light it up, baby. Send it to hell or heaven. IDCO which one it deserves. Chapter 22. The Galaxy Fights Back. For a breathless instant, the Milky Way hovered at the edge of something. In the Earth Command Center, the holographic map of the galaxy hung above the floor like a frozen storm. Every Union node a tiny burning point. Every thread of light a strand in an impossible web. All of it converging toward a single, blinding focus at the center. Field charge at maximum, a scientist reported, voice tight. Every active node is feeding. Harmonics are, sir, they're perfect. I don't know how, but they are. Hawthorne didn't answer immediately. He was looking up at the convergence point where a knot of white had formed. No color, no texture, just coiled potential, tightening with each heartbeat. Across Union Hall, banners flashed. Union Field, global convergence active, stand by. No, really, stand by. Channels blew up. Talk here, channel. It looks like the Death Star. Confused. Alien 04, what is a Death Star? Human. Reply. Long story short, this is the good kind. In the command center, heads turned toward Hawthorne. Sir, the scientist said again, swallowing. Union Field is ready. He drew a slow breath. All right, he murmured. Let's see what we are. The convergence point detonated. Not outward, forward. A single, impossibly bright beam speared out from the heart of the galaxy, thicker than a spiral arm, white shot through with colors too deep for eyes to parse. It didn't so much travel through space as rewrite the space in front of it, stitching itself from node to node, system to system, like a lightning bolt made of every sky at once. It passed through stars without dimming them. It passed through planets like a ghost through glass. It passed through ships. On a mid-rim freighter, a pilot screamed as the beam hit the bow, then kept screaming and laughing when the light poured through her hull, filling the cockpit with brilliance and leaving nothing behind but tingling skin and afterimages. Freighter pilot, Gylofex. I thought I died, bro. Freighter pilot, Gylofex. It just went through me. Soul engineer. Creation energy discharge. Ignores anything alive or built with good intent. Probably, mostly, we think. On worlds under blue skies, the beam carved a white scar across daylight. People stumbled out of markets and factories and kitchens to stare up as if some god had drawn a line across heaven. Inside buildings, beams rose from nodes and passed right through ceilings and walls without leaving scorch marks or cracks. Just a cool, buzzing sensation, like standing under a charged storm cloud. In a cramped apartment on a core world, a node on a cluttered desk lit up, a thin column of light punching straight through the ceiling. The apartment's owner yelped, then reached out in awe, fingers hovering in the shimmering air. On Saren Talik's desk, in a quiet study far from Earth, a palm-sized ring of metal and crystal he had never told anyone about flared to life. Light rose from it in a narrow column, phasing through the ceiling and into the sky. Talik stared, pulse hammering. He hadn't thought of it as a choice, the day he'd assembled it from confiscated schematics and parts. It had felt like curiosity, insurance, a way to understand the thing he might one day have to oppose. Now the node hummed under his fingertips like a living organism. He hesitated. Then slowly he rested his hand on its frame. "I do not deserve this," he whispered. "But for her." The column brightened a shade. On Argus Station, beams rose from every dock, every tenant hub. Every little node and apprentice had secretly bolted to a bulkhead for better throughput. Morgan Hale's office node sent its own narrow streamer up through the ceiling. Her staff cheered. She pretended not to, wiping at one eye as if it were just smoke from an overloaded circuit. High above the galactic plane, at a coordinate the Council's oldest archives called Cursed and humanity called Target, the beam reached the purge. There was no explosion, no audible roar, no cinematic corona. One moment the purge was there, an impossible devouring knot, a place where light and matter went to be unmade. The next, it was bathed in the full, screaming force of a galaxy's worth of creation. Every sensor in the Earth Command Center went blind. The main hollow whited out. "Signal saturation," someone hissed. "We've lost spectrum, gamma, X-ray, all bands." "Keep recording," Hawthorne said, eyes never leaving the blank blaze. "We'll sort it out later." Far away, space folded. The purge compressed around the beam like a clenched fist around a spear of fire. Its erasure field howled against the intrusion, not with sound, but with curvature, bending local reality into knots as it tried to drink the field, to swallow this new thing like it had swallowed everything else. The Union field held, for now. "Impact confirmed," a tech shouted, squinting at scrambling instruments. "The beam is sustaining, but sir, the purge is... It's adapting. It's twisting its topology to absorb. We're not breaking it yet." On the hollow, rough reconstruction showed a writhing knot of darkness buckling around a lance of white, the two locked in a silent tug-of-war at the edge of everything. Hawthorne's hands tightened on the rail in front of him. He saw it, the subtle shifts, the rotations, the purge doing what it had always done: adjust, consume, settle. He slammed his palm against the console. "We hit it," he said, voice cutting cleanly through the command center. "We hit it." He looked straight into the broadcast feed, into Union Hall, into a trillion watching eyes. "Keep going," he roared. "Play your hearts out." The words went everywhere. Chapter 23. Play Your Hearts Out. In a low-orbit city above a gas giant, a street drummer who'd been half listening, half tapping patterns on a plastic crate froze when the words came through his earpiece. Then he grinned like a madman and attacked his kit. Rhythm poured out of him, complex, layered, better than anything he'd played in his life. People stopped on the walkway to stare. The node lashed to the rail behind him, spiked in brightness. In a cathedral of glass on a core world, a choir that had spent a week rehearsing a solemn memorial anthem looked at one another, looked at their conductor, and simultaneously abandoned the score. They sang, not the piece they'd prepared, something wilder, messier, truer. Notes they'd choked on in rehearsal came free like water bursting through a broken dam. Above them, the node hanging in the vault flared white and stayed there. In Ina Tor's workshop on Vedris, her grandchildren had been using the node frame as the safe zone in a new game of tag. Now Hawthorne's words spilled out of the little wall console, badly translated but unmistakable. "Play your hearts out," it said in their language. Ina threw her head back and barked a laugh that was half sob. "You heard him," she shouted. "Again! And if any of you hold back, I will make you recalibrate every harmonic coupler in this valley." The children squealed and redoubled their efforts, sprinting and colliding and giggling so hard they fell over each other. The field meters around the node went wild. In cramped apartments, artists hit flow like they hadn't in years. Lines and colors and movements snapping into place as if a hand had been taken off the back of their minds. In kitchens, tired parents decided that if the universe was ending or not ending today, they might as well cook something ridiculous and feed the entire floor. So they did. In bars, people stood on tables and told the funniest, truest stories they knew. In refugee centers, volunteers put down clipboards long enough to grab kids and start impromptu dance circles. On Iran's cliffside, the nomad elder raised her staff and began to sing in a voice that had almost forgotten how. Her granddaughter clapped along, offbeat and joyful, while dunes below shimmered with nodes like buried coals. On Talik's world, in that quiet study no one else saw, he stayed seated, hand on the node, eyes fixed on the hovering image of Earth in the knot of light in the hollow. "I have been wrong before," he told the empty room. "Let this be another." His node's glow brightened a fraction. Across the Milky Way, trillions of tiny acts of creation, relief, awe, exhaustion, and stubborn, ferocious love poured into the field. New energy surged up every beam. In the command center, the scientist's eyes went wide. "Sir, secondary charge incoming," she said. "Harmonics rising. The beam, look." The main projection cleared enough to show a stylized model of the Union Field's path. Where the beam left the galaxy's heart, it thickened, brightened, its core going from merely blinding to mathematically offensive. Union Hall exploded. "The beam just got brighter, holy stars! My node is humming, it feels weird. Our grandma is making us play games to power a weapon. This is amazing." This is literally a galactic Kamehameha. The purge did not take it quietly. At the edge of map space, that writhing knot of nothing twisted harder, warping the beam's path, bending local geometry into spirals as it tried to drink the oncoming flood. For a moment, both held. Erase. Create. Erase. Create. Reality buckled between them in a silent, grinding stalemate. And then Soulgate 3 decided it was done losing. Chapter 24. Vera's Shot. Soulgate 3 wasn't pretty. It had been built fast, under panic, under the shadow of someone else's death. Half of its outer plating still bore the old station's registry. Half was human patchwork, reinforced in ugly, overbuilt layers. Inside it lived the survivors of Vera, people who had watched from a safe distance as the purge ate their star. People who had stepped through evacuation corridors and never again felt the gravity they were born under. They crowded every viewing deck that pointed vaguely in the direction of the Great Gate node. The node was no modest ring. It dominated the central spine, multiple interlocking hoops, a lattice of emitters and field couplers and resonance cages, wrapped around by hundreds of smaller personal nodes, salvaged, built, gifted, all welded into the structure like barnacles on a war god. A woman with dust-colored skin and a faded Varan's sun tattoo on her wrist put her palm on the housing. "He said, 'Play our hearts out,'" she murmured. "We don't have much left to play with." Her daughter, spindly, station-born, eyes too old for her years, slid a small hand beside hers. "We have enough," the girl said. Around them, refugees pressed closer. Farmers who now managed hydroponic racks, engineers who kept air scrubbers alive, merchants who ran improvised markets in repurposed corridors. Children who had never stood under an open sky and yet carried the memory of one in the stories their parents told. They prayed if they had prayers. They cursed if they didn't. They remembered sunlight in rivers and heavy gravity and the exact color of Vera's dawn. And together, deliberately, almost angrily, they pushed. Every memory, every love, every grief they hadn't had time to process when the evacuation shuttles yanked them away. Every time they'd woken up thinking they still had a son. The future they couldn't build in their home system, into the node. Soulgate 3's readings didn't spike. They vanished off the top of every scale. In the command center, alarms associated with that station screamed. Soulgate 3's node is off chart, a tech yelped. That can't be right. They were already at max. They're not overloading, the scientist breathed, hands flying over controls. They're focusing. They're pushing everything they are down one path. Outside the hull, something answered. Where other beams rose like lances, Soulgate 3's erupted like a pillar, thicker than the station itself, so bright that external cameras dropped to single-digit percentages and still barely captured its edges. Soulgate 3, resident. Did you see that holy refugee kid? Mom, it's brighter than our old sun. Outer Ring Observer, is that Soulgate 3? Is that the Vera Gate? Union Hall went incandescent. Union Hall Main, that's them. Rim Miner 11, let's go! Iran Nomad, that's Vera. That's the people the Purge hit first. Station Cook Argus, give it to them. Gate 3. Core Student 12, Vera just put their whole foot in that beam. From the node's housing, Vera's energy shot into the field, racing along invisible pathways, a supercharged torrent joining the other streams heading for the convergence point. In the hollow, Hawthorne watched its telemetry thread through the model, a spear of overbright contribution stitching itself into the already roaring nexus at the galaxy's heart. Track that, he said, voice rough. I want to see it hit. The simulation obliged, exaggerating scale so no one could miss it. Soulgate 3's contribution, a disproportionate surge, dove into the knot where every other voice was already singing. When it hit, the firing beam didn't just brighten, it transformed. The column already lancing toward the Purge thickened like a muscle flexing, its core hurtling past white into something no human eye could name, edges sharpening until the visual filters had to clamp hard just to render it. Pilots whose ships floated near the main path felt their hulls hum with a new, deeper note, like the bass line of a universe-sized chord dropping into place. On planets, people felt pressure behind their eyes, an ache in their chest, a sensation like the instant before tears, then the release of having already cried. At the edge of everything, the Purge buckled. Up until that moment, it had adapted, warped, twisted its geometry to keep erasing, even as reality refused to stay erased. Vera's shove broke its rhythm. The erasure field convulsed, like a muscle finally pushed past its limit. In the command center, metrics went insane. Values exceeded range. Curvature climbed so high, the math spit out errors. Forcing a phase shift, the scientist whispered. This is... Then the Purge, inverted. All that hunger, all that structured nothingness, all that patient, erase this, erase that, folded inward. The Union field did not let up. The beam kept pouring in. The galaxy did not stop playing. Guitars shredded in tiny bars. Drums pounded on lonely platforms. Kids shrieked in victorious tag games. Refugees gripped cold metal and remembered warm ground. The Purge collapsed, and where absence had lived, something else kindled. Chapter 25. First Light. The first thing anyone saw was pain. Not their own. The sensors. The main hollow went from whiteout to jagged bands of too much data, radiation spikes, temperature spikes, field readings flashing from nonsense to, "Are you kidding me?" Then filters came down. Spectra settled. Numbers slotted themselves into ranges that existed. A point hung in the projection where the purge had been. Small compared to the scale of the map. Absolutely monstrous compared to anything else. Brilliant. The scientist let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. "Radiation profile stabilizing," she said. "Pressure and temperature, fusion core parameters, strong stellar wind but within expected ranges for a..." She broke off, shaking her head, and went for the only word she had. "It's a star," she said. "We just forced it over a threshold it couldn't come back from. We turned the purge into a newborn star." There was a heartbeat of silence. Then Union Hall saw the same data. Union Hall, Maine. "We made a star. We made a star. We made a star." On any world whose telescopes could slew fast enough, observatory staff practically tackled each other getting to the eyepieces. Where there had been nothing, no glow, no dust, no scattered light, there was now a point so bright it stabbed through filters, haloed by an expanding haze as nearby matter lit up like fog in a floodlight. In a mountaintop dome with a cracked concrete floor, a technician yanked the scope into position, slapped a hand over the focus ring, and yelled for students to come look. In a floating platform on a gas giant, scientists patched external feeds through storm glow and lightning to catch one clean frame of that impossible point in the dark. On a balcony under a double moon sky, a teacher and her students stared up without equipment at all. The new star was nothing but a pinprick in their local sky, faint but undeniably there. "Is that it?" the child whispered, fur along their cheeks shivering in the night air. "The thing that ate all those worlds?" "Yes," the teacher said softly. "And no." She put an arm around the small shoulders beside her. "That's what it became when we refused to let it keep eating." The child squinted harder, as if will alone might make the point brighter. "Did we beat it?" they asked. The question rippled across Union Hall in 100 forms. Rim Colony user, "Is it over?" Core Student 88, "Did we actually win Iran Nomad? Is the Devourer truly gone?" Kalor Theorist, "Erasure field readings near zero. Whatever it is now, it isn't what it was." In the Earth Command Center, the scientist nodded vigorously, fingers flying. "Erasure signature is gone," she said. "Null topology is gone. It's radiating like a young, angry star, but it's radiating, not erasing. The field imprint is fading. It's done." Someone sagged into a chair. Someone else laughed. Someone else started crying so hard their shoulders shook. Hawthorne's shoulders dropped a centimeter, tension bleeding out of his stance. He didn't whoop. He didn't punch the air. He just stared at the tiny, brilliant point on the hollow and let out a breath that felt like it had been waiting 7 days to leave his lungs. "We stopped it," he said quietly. The words went everywhere. On Argus Station, a dozen dock workers cheered so loudly they embarrassed themselves and didn't care. Morgan Hale braced both hands on the rail and closed her eyes for a long, fierce moment. On Varus, Ina Tor sat down hard on a crate and laughed until she cried, her grandchildren swarming around her, nodes still humming like a contented heart. On Iran's cliff, the Nomad Elder lifted her face to the stars and whispered a word in the old language that meant something like, "Finally." On Soul Gate 3, no one said anything at first. Then someone started clapping. It spread, messy, arrhythmic, imperfect, as exhausted hands smacked together. Somewhere in the middle decks, a refugee kid with a Varan sunrise sketched on her bunk wall looked up, wiped snot on her sleeve, and whispered, "We hit it," like a promise. Union Hall flooded. OBS Post Delta. Purge field is gone. 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 Rim Minor 11. We punched the universe-sized monster and it stayed down. Vera refugee tag. For the worlds we lost, for the sun we lost, this is ours. Human Meme Lord 09. Newsflash. Galaxy bullies void into being a small sun. In the council chamber, the hollow boards updated with the rest. Delegates who had spent their lives thinking in terms of borders and tariffs and protocol watched the iconography on their ceiling map change. A region marked as statistical anomaly flickering into a star-class designation. Some stared hollow-eyed. Some looked angry, threatened by anything that solved a problem they hadn't authorized. On the uppermost ring, Saren Talik watched without speaking. The light from the hollow reflected in his eyes, making the faint lines on his skin shimmer. His secret node still glowed on his desk back in his study. His hand, when he finally moved it from the railing, shook. He did not know if his contribution had mattered in any measurable way. He knew with a bone-deep certainty he hated and cherished at the same time that it had mattered to him. The galaxy had fought destruction itself, and won. Chapter 26. The First Breath After. For a few long minutes, there was no structure to the galaxy's reaction. Just noise. Laughter and sobbing and screaming and static all braided through Union Hall's channels at once. People shouted in all caps in languages their translators didn't even support yet. Emojis and glyphs and tiny looping reaction vids stack-bombed every major feed. Slowly, threads sorted themselves. A musician on Nalos started a channel called Hashtag for the Ones We Lost and piped in a low, wordless melody. Hundreds of thousands tuned in and listened in silence, some with their eyes closed, some with their heads pressed to the nearest node like they could hug the field itself. A miner on a belt station opened number "We're Still Here" and invited people to tell one short story each about something small they were grateful to still have. A union of freight pilots launched hashtag First Flights Under the New Star and began arguing over who got to route calendars so they could be the first to fly a cargo run under the newborn light sky. Nobody organized it, nobody decreed it. The galaxy, having just shoved back against annihilation, was learning how to breathe again. In the Earth Command Center, somebody finally thought to mute their mic before dissolving into cathartic laughter. Someone else offered them a tissue. Hawthorne didn't end the broadcast with anything grand. He stepped closer to the feed, the afterimage of the newborn star still burning behind him in air and in eyes. He looked tired, human, alive. "My fellow citizens of the Milky Way," he said, voice rough around the edges. "I can't tell you what happens next. Not yet. We'll have questions to answer, systems to check, consequences to deal with. There will be politics. There always are." A ripple of rueful laughter flickered across the hall. "But I can tell you this much with complete certainty," he went on. "You just did something the universe itself didn't expect. You took the raw machinery of destruction and turned it into light. You chose creation when it would have been easier to give up." He let his gaze move across the main feed, across clips of kids still holding instruments, families still huddled on couches, workers still in harnesses, refugees still crowded together at Sol Gate 3. "You did that," he said simply, "and we're still here." Hawthorne gave a wry smile. "You know, we're probably the first civilization in history to stop that thing. We're a family now, brothers and sisters in arms. We're going to find out where the purge came from and make sure no other civilization faces a threat like that again. But for now, hug your parents, grandparents, children, siblings, and extended family, and celebrate the greatest victory ever achieved. Every single one of you that built a node contributed, no matter how small." Talek looked at his note on his desk and gave a smile. Although we all contributed, I must acknowledge the people of Vera. The final push was yours. Thank you for saving the galaxy. Congratulations. Hawthorne continued. You all earned a break. Earth out, he finished softly. The presidential channel dropped. For a heartbeat, Union Hall hung in hush. Then the galaxy started talking again. For the first time since anyone had named it, the Milky Way was no longer just a place where things happened. It was somewhere that had, together, said, enough, and been heard. Chapter 27. Hawthorne's Light. Valor 3 orbited a cool lavender star, its surface shaped by shallow inland seas and long belts of steppe stone where cities rose gradually instead of vertically. The air was calm that evening, winds sliding in from the water and carrying the briny scent of the tidal flats up through the residential tiers. Inside one of those tiers, in a narrow living space with broad windows cut into violet masonry, a Union Hall feed played quietly against the far wall. The broadcast wasn't focused anymore. No anchors, no formal panels, just an endless, rearranging grid of voices and faces. Civilians, responders, engineers, translators, still untangling themselves after the crisis had passed. Some feeds dropped out mid-sentence. Others appeared only long enough for someone to say, "Can you hear me now?" before vanishing again. President Hawthorne appeared in the feed now and then, never centered. Sometimes only half his face was visible in a corner tile. Sometimes he wasn't there at all. Union Hall no longer cared where any one voice sat. Near the window, a woman stood holding her young son at her side. Like all people of Valor 3, they were humanoid and bipedal. Their skin was a deep purple, textured with fine scales along the temples, neck, and forearms. The boy's tail flicked rhythmically as he leaned forward, intrigued by something outside. "Mama," he said, pointing. She followed his gaze toward the sky. Above the distant cloud layer, where the stars usually form familiar patterns, a new point of light had appeared. It wasn't bright in the way flares burned or stations gleamed. It was steady, clear, present. She narrowed her eyes slightly, measuring the position against memory. "That wasn't there before," she said. The boy nodded, as if that confirmed something he already suspected. He pressed his palm to the glass. "It feels nice," he said. She glanced down at him. "Feels warm," he decided. Not heat, not like the sun, just warm. He watched the light for another moment, then looked back at her. "Is that Hawthorne's light?" She didn't answer right away. She smiled. "I suppose it is," she said. She bent and kissed the center of his forehead, her mouth brushing the smoothest line of scales. He leaned into it, satisfied, and went back to watching the sky. Behind them, her partner lifted his personal recorder. He hadn't planned to. He didn't frame the shot carefully. The clip caught the window, the star, the boy's voice, and Union Hall murmuring indistinctly behind them. He uploaded it a few minutes later with no caption. Union Hall accepted it like everything else, quietly at first. A handful of viewers paused when it played. Someone responded with a simple text reply. Mine asked something similar. Another comment followed. "We can see it from here too." A third. "Is it supposed to feel like that?" More clips appeared. Different skies, different worlds, station portholes, ship canopies, open plains, dense cities. The same new star, visible from angles no one had ever charted. Someone reposted the Valor 3 video and added a line of text. "Is that Hawthorne's light?" The phrase stuck. Union Hall did what it always did next. Argued, suggested, refined. A string of alternative names appeared. Technical designations, cultural translations, longer, more formal constructions. A few were proposed by academics who felt strongly about accuracy. None gained much attention. That evening, someone opened a poll labeled "Unofficial" for general use only. Hundreds of suggestions flooded in. Most were ignored. One option climbed faster than the others and never slowed. By the time moderators noticed the margin and considered pinning the poll, the result was already obvious. The poll was closed early. Union Hall's system log registered the outcome with typical understatement. Name in common use adopted. Hawthorne's Light. Within a day, navigation overlays began using it automatically. Star tracking software updated without ceremony. Government registries followed suit, classifying the object under the designation already being used by pilots, miners, and school teachers. No formal announcement was made. Weeks later, during a routine public question session, someone asked President Hawthorne what he thought about a star bearing his name. He paused, then nodded. "I'm honored the galaxy chose it," he said. He considered for a moment, then added, "But I think it matters more that a child named it first." The answer was shared widely. On Valor 3, the star remained visible night after night. The boy grew used to it. It became part of the sky he learned by memory, no different from the others, except that it never felt cold. For the first time in a very long time, the galaxy shared something simple and uncontested. Not a signal, not a warning, not a threat, a light. Hawthorne's light. Chapter 28. Ina Tor. The world of Vedrus glittered from orbit. Its surface was a mosaic of crystalline formations, refracting its star's light into prismatic bands that shimmered across oceans of glassy, mineral-rich shallows. Cities grew in and around those formations, architecture blending into geology until it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. A ripple of air bent in an open plaza near one such city, the distortion resolving into a familiar figure stepping through as if he'd simply walked from another room. President Peter Hawthorne no longer wore the formal suit he'd used to hijack the galaxy. His term had ended. The title had shifted to another pair of shoulders, but people still recognized him, if not immediately to his face, then seconds later when their feeds exploded with confirmations. Here today, the plaza was nearly empty. Ina Tor sat at a workbench under a canopy of crystalline ribs, the faint hum of node calibrators buzzing around her. She was older now, by Vedrus standards, her outer facets softer, edges rounded, light scattering through her translucent skin in more diffuse patterns. Her hands were still precise, though, as they adjusted a small Union field node mounted on a stone plinth at child height. A larger node stood nearby, fully functional, etched with patterns drawn by neighborhood children. Someone had painted tiny flowers along its base. Someone else had added a lopsided star. Hawthorne cleared his throat gently. "Engineer Tor?" he asked. She turned, eyes refocusing through the light. "I retired," she said automatically, then adjusted. "But yes, Ina will do." He smiled. "Peter will do." She stared for a half second, then huffed once. "I suppose that was bound to happen eventually," she said. "We get the president of Earth instead of another inspection drone." "No drones today," Hawthorne said. He lifted the object he'd been carrying in both hands. It was a box. Simple, dark, unadorned, except for the seal of the United States in one corner and a small, handwritten label on the top. For Ina. Her facets brightened. "Is that chocolate?" he confirmed. "From Earth. The same kind we sent the first time." His smile deepened. "A bit more of it this time. And there's something inside them we call caramel. You're going to love it." Ina's form brightened. "I can't wait to see what other delicacies humans have made." He set the box on her bench. The lid was not locked. Ina opened it with the careful reverence of someone handling a priceless artifact. Inside, rows of individually wrapped pieces gleamed faintly. She picked one up as if it might vanish, broke it according to the instructions she remembered, and tasted. Her whole frame shivered faintly. "Oh," she said, voice going soft. "Oh, I had forgotten." She laughed once, unexpectedly, a crystalline sound that made the nearby node chime in sympathetic resonance. "You didn't have to bring this yourself," she added after a moment, blinking away sudden moisture at the corners of her eyes. "You have, what do you call them? Couriers, diplomats." "I know," Hawthorne said. "I wanted to say thank you in person." He looked past her to the edge of the plaza, where a younger Vadran stood cradling a newborn in their arms. The infant's facets were still cloudy, color not yet fully developed. The parent rocked gently, humming an irregular pattern that the Union Field node behind them matched with a faint responding pulse. "Is that your daughter?" Hawthorne asked. "And grandchild?" Ina followed his gaze and nodded, something proud and vulnerable crossing her face at once. "Yes," she said. "She insisted on bringing the baby out to see the node for the first time. Says it should know what it helped with." Hawthorne tilted his head. "She's not wrong." The baby reached one tiny, unfinished hand toward the air, fingers splayed. The Union Field node shimmered a fraction brighter. "During the activation," Ina said quietly, "we noticed the readings spike whenever pregnant women were near, and again when newborns were carried too close." Her mouth quirked. "We tried to replicate it artificially. Schedules, rotations, directives." She shook her head. "It never worked as well as when they just came because they wanted to." "Joy can't be conscripted," Hawthorne said. "We tried that on Earth centuries ago. Didn't take. But raw emotion can. Look at the people of Vera." "That was amazing," she said. "They might have contributed the last push to save the galaxy." "We're going to take care of them," Hawthorne said. "Just between you and me. I think the system where Hawthorne's light," he paused. Saying it in conversation felt surprisingly normal. Ina laughed. Hawthorne continued, "The biospheres in that system matches their biology completely." Ina gasped. "Do you think because their shot at the purge was the strongest?" "That's the working theory," Hawthorne answered. Their contribution was huge. He watched the baby for another moment. "But that child saved the galaxy," he said simply. "I thought the least I could do was bring their grandmother some chocolate." Ina swallowed around something in her throat. "You designed the hall. You turned the whole galaxy into a choir." She shook her head. "And you are thanking me?" "I didn't do it alone," Hawthorne replied. "You saw something the rest of us missed. You told the hall. You kept building." He nodded toward the node she'd been adjusting. "You're still building." She glanced back at the half-finished device. "I don't know how to stop," she admitted. "Good," he said. For a while they stood in companionable quiet, the former president of a once isolated world and the retired engineer whose discovery had changed the field. Then Hawthorne's wristband vibrated once, a subtle alert. He glanced at it, eyes sliding across the data. "Duty?" Ina asked. "An old conversation," he said. "I owe someone a follow-up." He looked back to her. "Enjoy the chocolate and the baby." "I plan to," she said. He took a step toward nothing. Space bent, light folded inward. In the span of a blink, the plaza held only Ina again, her daughter, the baby, and the steady hum of the node. Ina picked up another piece of chocolate, broke it in half, and waved her daughter over. "Come," she called. "If he can cross half a galaxy to say thank you, we can at least eat this slowly." Chapter 29. The Rush to Argus. Argus Station had been busy before the purge. Now it was alive. Traffic lanes around the station glowed with constant motion. Freighters, shuttles, council ships repurposed for relief work, private craft from 100 worlds. Repair drones crawled over plating that had once been scorch-marked by impotent council fire, and more recently battered by the backlash of a weaponized galaxy. Into that chaos came a single shuttle, running its engines hotter than the dockmaster recommended. "Transmit authorization again," Admiral Keth said, fingers tight on the armrests. Already did, the pilot replied. 3 times. They said, and I quote, he knows where we are. The shuttle slid into its assigned approach corridor. Argus grew in the viewport, a lattice of rings and towers, lights burning in nearly every window. It did not look like a target or a prize. It looked like a place people had decided to keep. Docking clamps kissed hull, mag seals locked. The hatch cycled with a hiss. Keth didn't wait for the full formal clearance. He unbuckled as the indicators were still flipping from red to green and was on his feet before the pilot could object. Sir, log my departure, Keth said. And, if anyone asks, this is an unsanctioned personal visit. Yes, Admiral. The air in the docking corridor smelled faintly of metal, recycled air, and something warm and fried from a food stall too near the traffic flow. Keth barely registered it. He walked fast, then faster, then realized he was bordering on jogging and forced himself back down to something like a brisk walk. Crew recognized him as he passed. Once they might have saluted out of reflex. Now most just nodded, tired and companionable, equal parts soldier and survivor. He reached the main cross corridor and saw her before his brain caught up to his eyes. Morgan Hale stood near a cluster of hollow boards, a datapad in one hand, stylus in the other, hair tied back in a practical knot. A half-dozen techs hovered around her as she delegated repair slots, housing assignments, and docking priorities. No, Dock 6 can't take more refugees until the water recyclers are back at 98%, she was saying. Move that ship to 8C and tell them if they complain they can file it in triplicate and I'll read it personally in the next century. A tech laughed, scribbled, and ran off. Morgan, Keth called. His voice came out louder than he expected. A few heads turned. Morgan's did too. He was breathing harder than he wanted to be by the time he reached her, a little out of breath in a way his rank had not demanded of him in years. Admiral? She asked, eyebrow ticking up. Is something on fire? He stopped, tried again, straightened his coat out of habit, then gave up on composure entirely. I have to ask you something, he said. Her expression shifted minutely. The station had taught her to expect crises between heartbeats. Is it structural? No. Security? No. Union field alignment? No. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Is it going to cost me money? Almost certainly, he said before he could stop himself. That, unexpectedly, made her mouth twitch. All right, Admiral, she said. You've run down my entire list of disasters. What is it? He opened his mouth and found, to his alarm, that the words tried to stick. We just fought a galaxy-eating phenomenon, he blurted instead. And I helped, she cut in. He hesitated. I helped, he admitted. She crossed her arms. And I realized, he said, all in one rush now, that we don't know if we have days or years or centuries before the next catastrophe. So if I don't ask this now, I may never get another chance. She watched him steadily. The background noise of the station went on, cargo hatches clanging, voices over intercoms, distant laughter from some mess hall. Keth swallowed. I have to ask you to dinner, he said. With me, properly, no agenda, no crisis, just dinner. A tech passing by actually stumbled. Another pretended not to be listening and failed badly. Morgan blinked once. We almost lost everything, she said slowly. The galaxy bent a planet killer into a star. We're still sorting refugees. We have a backlog of repair tickets so long I could use them to build a second station. And your important question is if I'll go to dinner with you? Yes, Keth said. He didn't dress it up, didn't soften it. He just stood there, former council admiral in a civilian-crowded corridor, shoulders square and throat dry. Morgan stared at him for a heartbeat longer, then let out a breath that might have been a laugh if it hadn't been so tired. I suppose, she said, glancing at her datapad, That I can make time for you. She tapped a quick series of commands, slotting something off her schedule and dragging a blank into its place. Dockmaster briefing can move, she muttered. If he complains, I'll tell him it's your fault. She looked back up at Keth. You're paying. And if you pick a place with bad coffee, this arrangement ends immediately. He felt something unfamiliar and sharp and warm in his chest that had nothing to do with adrenaline. Understood, he said. She turned, started walking. Well, she called over her shoulder, come on. If we're going to risk a social interaction after all that, it had better start before the next Union Hall meltdown. He fell into step beside her, and for the first time since he'd seen Saul on that tactical display, Admiral Vor Keth felt something like the future, tugging, gently, instead of the past. Chapter 30. Debts and Invitations. Talek had arrived without a ship. There had been an escort at the council building, a brief walk down a secure corridor, a doorway where the air seemed to hesitate, and then he had stepped through and found himself here, on a world he had once considered theoretical. Peter Hawthorne's house sat quietly above the river, its lights low against the evening. From this angle, the water reflected the sky in long, broken streaks, city glow diffused by distance in trees that had outlived several governments. Talek stood on the path for a moment longer than necessary, not out of fear, out of recalibration. The galaxy had just survived something that should not have been survivable. Institutions had bent instead of shattered. People, ordinary people, had powered a force that turned annihilation into creation. That alone would have rewritten half the Council's doctrine. And now he was here, on Earth, invited. The door opened before he reached for it. Hawthorne stood there without ceremony, shirt sleeves, no insignia, no guards hovering just out of sight. Talek, he said easily, welcome. Thank you, Talek replied and meant it. Inside, the house smelled faintly of wood polish and cooked food that had cooled without being eaten. It was not large. It did not try to impress. It felt occupied, lived in. Talek noticed the flag first, not displayed, just present, framed along the hallway. Not a symbol of authority here, a memory. Beside it hung a photograph. Hawthorne with his family, younger, unguarded. Talek paused in front of it without embarrassment. You let them travel without you, Talek said. Hawthorne nodded. Most of the time. Sometimes they drag me along, mostly they don't. Turns out it's easier to see the galaxy when you're not the most recognizable human alive. Talek considered that. Your absence gives them freedom, and gives me fewer headaches, Hawthorne said. Come on. They sat in a room that faced the river, no desk between them, just chairs angled slightly toward the window. Far off, faint but unmistakable if you knew where to look, Hawthorne's light brushed the sky, subtle, distant, warm. Talek followed his gaze. It's strange, Talek said, that it can be felt everywhere, yet belongs nowhere. It belongs to everyone, Hawthorne said. That's why it works. Silence settled, not tense, not heavy, the kind that comes when there's nothing left to prove. You didn't claim territory, Talek said eventually. After the purge, you could have. No one would have stopped you. No, Hawthorne agreed. You didn't restructure the council, Talek continued. You didn't replace us. You didn't even demand concessions. We're not interested in managing the galaxy, Hawthorne said, just helping it not end. Talek nodded slowly. You remind me of something I studied once. Early American history, after your internal wars, after Japan. Hawthorne glanced at him. That part usually makes people nervous. It should, Talek said. You had every reason to dominate afterward. You rebuilt instead. Not perfectly, not cleanly, but you rebuilt. And you noticed, Hawthorne said. We noticed, Talek corrected, and we learned. He straightened slightly. The council moves faster now, less ceremony, more response. We intervene earlier. We listen more carefully to civilians. Our people are happier. That's good, Hawthorne said, without ownership in the statement. Talek studied him. You taught us that power expressed only as restraint is still power. Hawthorne smiled faintly. That lesson cost us a lot to learn. They watched the river for a while. When you came to my study, Talek said, I thought you were there to threaten me. I was there to make sure you didn't threaten yourself, Hawthorne replied. And now? Talek asked. Now you're a guest, Hawthorne said, and a survivor. Talek exhaled, something unknotted in his chest. You could take the galaxy, Talek said quietly, even now. Yes, Hawthorne said, but then we'd have to run it, and we're tired. Talek let himself smile, just a little. What comes next? He asked. Hawthorne leaned back, considering the light in the sky, not as a weapon, not as a monument, but as a signpost. We explore, he said, other galaxies, slowly, carefully, with people who want to go. Talek turned to him. You're inviting us. We're inviting everyone, Hawthorne said. Volunteers, scientists, builders, dreamers, not flags. Then, Hawthorne's tone shifted, subtle, but carrying distance. And we're looking for allies. Talek blinked once. Allies? In other galaxies, Hawthorne said, and maybe one day, other universes. If the purge was made, someone made it. Someone capable of deploying it between galaxies, possibly between realities. Talek stared at him, not frightened but confronted with a scale he had never considered. You plan to meet whoever lies beyond our range? He asked, voice low. If they exist, yes, Hawthorne said. Better we arrive as neighbors than as another thing to erase. Talek swallowed. The Council's vision had always been wide, but never this wide. You think beyond the horizon, Talek murmured. Beyond the cosmic boundary. We struggled to manage a single galaxy. You are preparing to step into more. Hawthorne didn't boast, he just nodded. We survived the first blow. That means someone might swing again. We'd rather not wait for whoever sent the purge to come looking. Talek's mind reeled, not with fear, but with awe. Humans weren't planning defense, they were planning contact, alliance, prevention by friendship instead of war. Talek sat back, robes settling naturally around him, no longer stiff with protocol. Then, he said slowly, I believe I will stay for dinner, and afterward, I will bring this invitation home. Hawthorne smiled, not as president, as a host. Sounds fair, he said. Outside, the river kept moving, unchanged by victories, unconcerned with history. Far beyond Earth, the galaxy turned quietly onward, and for the first time in recorded council memory, Talek realized the galaxy was much larger than they ever believed, and humanity, impossibly, was already looking past it.